Hello everyone. Welcome to ZaranTech. In today's fast-paced industrial landscape, effective product lifecycle management is essential for ensuring efficiency and innovation. Today, we're diving into the fascinating realm of SAP PLM or product lifecycle management, specifically tailored for process industries. Well, it's a comprehensive software solution that helps businesses manage the entire life cycle of their products, from ideation to retirement, all within a single integrated platform. Companies using SAP PLM typically achieve a 15% reduction in time to market and a 10% increase in product quality. This underscores SAP PLM's importance in enhancing efficiency and innovation in the process industry. In this course, we'll cover everything you need to know about SAP PLM for process industries. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us look at the agenda. 1. Introduction on PLM. 2. Status management. 3. Object links. 4. PLM typical object flow. 5. Screens maintain class. Let's dive in.
So we will do it like this. Today and tomorrow, maybe we will have more of a theory, and from the next, we will have both mix of theory and practicals. Where we are, and with ZaranTech, we have really good course curriculum as well, and really good lab activities and a good team supporting all of it. So I think we are in a good hands here with the course content and curriculum. And let's go deep dive into it, right? This is a little disclaimer. I'll leave the slide open for you to read for a moment. Yep, I go through it. I leave the slides open to read for a moment so that I don't keep talking and I don't keep boring you with my voice. So you can read as well a bit. Okay, let's get started. It is true that PLM is strategy. So it's a strategy where it comes up with an idea, where it initiates from an idea, and it goes on until it is retired. So when we talk about a process or a strategy that holds all this together from an idea until the retirement, you have a huge amount of data throughout. And we need not just a tool, but best practices and industry standards to cater all these needs, right? So from a conceptualization to an idea, let's imagine that you wanted to design a toothpaste, right? Even a toothpaste, even though the basic functionality of the toothpaste is to clean your teeth, but designing a toothpaste can vary with many ideas. You can have health conditions, you can have flavors, you can have the form of it, and you can have, depending on which part of the world that it has some regulations and so on and so forth, right? Even if it is an idea, you have to take care and think of so many other things around and cater it until it is retired. Even after the toothpaste is completely used, you will have the packaging part of it. How do you recycle it, and how is it again put into trash, and how it comes back to the company, how it is used along through the life cycle, right? So PLM is one such strategy and one such capability that is used completely throughout the supply life cycle. Since it is so integrated along through the life cycle, it has quite some important and credibility, right? Let's take off an time where PLM is not identified as a PLM capability itself, right? Let's talk about 10 years ago, where PLM is still taking its baby steps. I mean, I remember when I started working with PLM some 12 years ago, uh, PLM is hardly considered as a capability by itself. It is very integrated in supply chain management, and companies had its difficulties to identify PLM as a capability by itself. So that's where and from there, where 10 12 years ago, where PLM is and where now PLM is, there is a huge variation in the strategy, there is huge variation in the capability, and there's huge variation in how beneficial it is for the company to use PLM, right? So if I have to answer from all my experience what PLM is, what product lifecycle management is, it's more than just a capability. It's more than just a tool. It's a complete strategy of the company that takes them and that drives them through the supply lifecycle, right? So, as what are the benefits of PLM, right? Uh, Now that we are talking about PLM, why do we need to learn PLM? What are the benefits that I would get? What are the benefits that company would reap? So there might not be any tangible benefits of PLM immediately. Like if you say, if you talk about supply, I mean, if you talk about shop floor management, if you are in a warehouse, you implement a shop floor system and you see the benefit immediately in a week or 2 weeks, that you would save this amount of money or this amount of time just by implementing a small strategy in the shop floor. But PLM, as in such, is not that easy to see the benefit right away. It takes years to years to reap the benefit of PLM, and you need to have a really strong team and really strong strategy around it. So that's where PLM becomes one of the key niche and very keen capability to learn yourself. So having a good PLM system in a company improves the engineering efficiency, the development time, and the handling effectiveness. We talk more about the engineering efficiency in the coming slides, what exactly engineering efficiency means. For now, keep the word. And yeah, elimination of errors in the engineering change process. I heard as well one of you mentioning the change management process that gets started. So the early that we identify the change, the more beneficial and the more cost effective the company can have it. So elimination of the errors in the very, very early stages, that's where PLM helps. And reduce time to market. So now this reduced time to market is one thing. Everyone, the companies are in a race. And because of the digitalization and because of the new social media propagandas that the faster that you release the product, the more early that you are in the competition and the more early that you could reap benefit out of it. And the improved project delivery, of course, when you have everything intact, the project delivery is improved. And the higher quality designs where you could cater the designs especially with the consumer need, since now we have so much connection with the consumer or the end user feedbacks. These are some of the benefits of PLM. We discuss more as we go into it. And the future of PLM and technologies. PLM is not just pertain to SAP because it's way connected to way many of the futuristic tools like Internet of Things, collecting all the feedback of how a product is performing, and the supply chain sustainability, because sustainability is one very big topic in many of the companies, especially when you talk about the companies in Europe, because you'll have sustainability standards that you agree with the UN, that you agree with the local communes, that you agree with the local state bodies. So sustainability is one key thing that we already have to consider. The product developers and the recipe formulators already have to consider in their early stages on how sustainability is mattered. We talk more about as well as we get into industries of sustainability. And yeah, cloud as a software as a service, the SaaS models of the cloud. So PLM can be an on-premise cloud, Yeah, the cloud is the future now, where you could access anywhere from just a browser link. And digital twinning, one of the key concept of it. We see more of the digital twinning in discrete industries than in process industries, because discrete industries benefit a lot from the digital twinning than process industries. And as well, the project that I'm handling as well now, we are venturing into digital twinning in the FMCG side. It's a little different concept of how do we venture it. We talk more as well on this. So if you see in the previous slide, there is some flow chart. I mean, there is a kind of a circle chart here where it says concept and design, development, product launch, service and support, and retirement. So we spoke about this as well, where it starts from an idea to retirement. But for a company as in such, what do you think is the most key thing they concentrate on? So how do in a process industry service and support works? In discrete industry, we all know, like we have cars, as they say, we take them to the service center, we have complaints, we attend to them, and so on and so forth. But have you also experienced this in the FMCGs? We are talking about FMCGs here, right? In FMCGs, now let's say you bought a particular product and it is defective, or it is you bought it in a supermarket and you see that what kind of a FMCG product that we should consider. Let's consider a baby diaper, right? Now, if I don't know how many of you have babies, so at least you would have some baby context, right? You have a baby diaper, and on the baby diaper, we don't do this very often, but there are companies who do this, their agencies and their competitors who do this. So on a baby diaper, you would come with some discriminatory, right? So this baby diaper, if you have this baby diaper on, you will not feel the wetness for 4 hours. You will not feel the wetness for 5 hours, or the diaper could stay for a complete day. These are some of the sale pitches that you have. And now, as an end user, you test it and you see it that it is not the case. This is the feedback that you would get. So this is where the services, the CRM industry comes into play. So now you get a claim saying that, so we all call these as claims, right? These claims come into the picture. And now when I receive a claim, it can be a claim from the customer, it can be a claim from the legal departments, or it can be a claim from a competitor. So all these claims should be handled in a very effective way where services and support really matters. So that's where the services and support comes into picture. Yeah. So to start with, again, to coming back to the product development, where it is the key process that every company is trying to optimize, and this is the key process where the PLM strategy works into place, right? So in process industries, the product development is one of the key processes in PLM where most of the companies invest and where most of the tools are catered. So when we talk about product development, where does it exactly start with? It starts with an idea, or yeah, they call them projects as well. But idea capturing is one of the key process that holds this information of the company. So it starts with an idea. Once an idea is there, how do you, from a company perspective, right? I have an idea. I'm from what company should we take? I'm from an FMCG, and I have a new idea of I have a new idea to develop a toothpaste. Toothpaste is what we are discussing in the start, right? So I have a new idea for the toothpaste where for the kids now it's Halloween time. And I wanted to have a Halloween edition of a toothpaste where you could have pumpkin taste to it, which is very weird to have it, to be honest. Yeah, for a pumpkin taste to it. And it looks like a little orangish in color. Whereas keeping all the good things that I have from Colgate or Pepsodent or Sensodyne or whatever. So I need to have all these requirements meet, right? So the idea here is to have an Halloween edition of a toothpaste. And now, how do I do this? You need a project. You need to convince the organization on how much it takes, how much money it costs, and how much profit you would get at the end. It's Trust me, when you already don't know how much money you make, it's impossible for the organization to invest money on this idea and get it developed. To have all this process, all this, to already see the future. Yeah, this is what I say. So if you wanted to see the future of how a product evolves and how a product is, that's only possible with PLM. Without PLM, you cannot predict the future. So it all starts with there as an idea, and then the new product is developed. You might hear this word a lot, the NPD or NPI, they call new product introduction or new product development. So you hear it a lot in the PLM industry. So the NPD, the triggers for the NPD can be anything. It can be a survey, it can be just an Halloween edition like what we spoke, or it can be just changing the packaging. The packaging change. Packaging is what an consumer sees, right? You don't see what is inside it. The outside of it is what you see first. So how changing of the packaging, innovation of the product to reduce cost or to increase sustainability standards or whatever, and recalculating, renovating the product with the low carb and creative product development, what, and these are all some of the triggers that we have the ideation. And once the ideation is there, you would go into prototyping or the trials that we call. So the trials is where you would have, in some of the pharmaceutical industries, you would have physical human trials as well. They would have animal trials, they would have human trials, there's so on and so forth. Considering FMCG focus here, we might not need to go into those trials in detail of pharmaceuticals. We concentrate on FMCGs. FMCGs might not need so much of human trials as in pharmaceuticals. There is still human trials needed because some of the chemical, cosmetic, FMCG products that come out that might need human trials, and so on and so forth. So even before trials, sometimes, or let's say it's hand in hand, right? Formulation and recipes could come before trials as well. Because without a complete formulation and without a complete recipe of how do you develop a product, you cannot actually do a trial, right? Does it make sense, Omar? So formulation goes hand in hand with trials. But why I'm saying hand in hand? Because you keep changing the formulation, the product developers or the recipe developers keep changing the formulation depending on what do they see the results out in the trials and the prototyping. So it goes very hand in hand. And the compliance around it, as I'm saying now they need to be compliant. Now we have a small rule like in Africa, we need not consider how much of a fluoride content they would have in a toothpaste, right? But when it comes to Europe, you need to have the rule setting that, okay, the fluoride content in the toothpaste should not be more than 10 mu grams per the 100 grams of toothpaste, right? So some compliance regulations like this, everything need to be considered on which part of the world you're supplying this, what is the target audience for your product. So that's where the compliance need to be considered. And here where the handover comes, where if you talk on the more technical terms of production planning, PP of the SAP part would come in, where the manufacturing execution systems comes in, and where you hand over your recipe to a manufacturing BOM, let's say. From discrete industries, I could link it to Amol's experience here, where you would have engineering BOM, right? More in discrete industries than a recipe or a master recipe. So the engineering BOM is synchronous to the recipe or the master recipe that we would have. And in discrete industries, there's so many huge iterations in the engineering bombs. You would have versions and versions and alternatives of alternatives, which might not be the case always in FMCGs. And that's where the handover happens to a production system, MES. And at the end, once it is manufactured, it is launched in the markets, right? There is more process to it where it circles back. After launch, you would have, this is where we had the question earlier, where what service and support helps. So after product and launch, that's where we collect the feedback, the consumer feedback, or you need not always launch to a consumer. You most of the companies also have B2B. When they say B2B, it's business to business. So I have a business and I sell it to another business as a wholesale, where we could take a business like tissue paper, right? So when you have tissue paper, as a company, I produce tissue paper and I sell it to another company which handles this tissue papers. Like you see in airports, you see in restaurants, big chain restaurants. This is all business to business. They have a business as well where they have their business of services, hospitality and services. So you sell it to business. So you would get a lot of feedback in business to business than in business to B2C, business to consumer. And once that is the service and support, and we go back to retirement, and then again you get feedback from here as well. So the ideas and concepts that you would get it from each phase, right? Each phase gives you ideas and development of projects. And then we go further. So we've been talking about ideas, we've been talking about some key benefits, we've been talking about some tools around it. But how do we actually bring all of this together? There is so much science here, there is so much research and development here. How do we take all of this together, and how do we actually get out a product without any legal consignments, without any legal issues, and without any consumer challenges, and actually makes an huge out of the market, right? So how do we cater all of this? How do we learn from the mistakes? So this is where the process around PLM is very key thing. The process differs from industry to industry. That's why any other modules in SAP, if you take, it remains the same. Material master, sales and distribution, production planning, whatever module you take, it remains the same throughout the industries, except PLM. PLM changes quite rampantly between the industries. You take discrete, it has a separate process. Even under discrete industries, if you take heavy manufacturing, or if you take just automobile, or if you take aerospaces, so even under discrete industries, it changes a lot. And the same on the process side. On the process side, you have pharmaceuticals, you have FMCGs, these are quite interesting models where you would have a mix of discrete manufacturing and process industries. So these industries of having a mix of discrete and process manufacturing are the major sector, let's say. So where they would pick and choose the best processes in the discrete and process. So those are the complex industries to handle with. So depending on industries, the processes change a lot. And even inside, even if you cluster them under a process industry, and even each industry, let's say Unilever, have a different set of industry standards that they follow inside the company, and the custom standards that they would have. And compared to P&G would have differently, and Kimberly-Clark have differently. So each of the companies also customize their processes, so they are very compliant. And every process is unlike the processes that we have in material management and sales and distribution. These processes are also patent managed. So patent management is also one of the key capability inside PLM. Many companies invest quite a lot on the patent management. The patents is not only on ideas, the patent is not only on the development processes, but it's also on the supporting underlying process around PLM. So they would have patents on this as well. we would see some of the practical examples on the patent management too. Okay, coming back to here on the slide, there is quite some information on the slide if you watch through it. So here you see some of the business processes. You see my cursor as well while I hover. Or so where we see here still it's more of an SAP language that you see here in the business processes, where you see variant configuration, recipe development, specification management, handing over to manufacturing, change management, BOM management, engineering control center, document management, digital twins, and software management. And these are some of the I still say these are very few of the business processes that are being here. You would have a lot more like patent management, content management, ideation and prototyping, requirements management. There's so much of those. You talk about anything and everything is connected to PLM. That's how PLM is landscaped throughout the process. So if I can pick up one process among these cubes that you have here, what is one process that you are aware of? So we talk about this business processes as we go along. So these are some of the pre-configured processes and activations that are already available in SAP as a suite. So variant configuration it's an already available services for activations, recipe development, specification management. I mean, we touch base, we go into very detail in the next sessions on some of the key PLM core processes. Let's say PLM would have some core processes, extensibilities, and hand-holding processes from other streams as well. So some of the key processes, core processes that we would cover in this course curriculum and we would cover in the next trainings are recipe development, specification management, handout to production, change management, very deep dive into change management, and a little on the BOM management. I don't think we cover any engineering control center as in practical, but we would cover the theory part of it. And document management, very in detail document management, where it holds in with the compliance and different documents. Visualization, this is a extensibility of PLM where you could actually visualize how a product would look like. This is very advantageous in discrete industries and also very in process industries now with FMCGs, where you could visualize how a product looks like actually, and how is this touch and feel and etc. And the software management, everyone thinks software management is way out, but software management is one of the key things. So softwares to manage all the process around is one of the key things in many of the PLM industry as well. We talk in detail of each of the processes as we go in through the session. Yeah. And having said so, this is more on the industry side, right? You know, as well, being as a customer, you know, you always wanted to have some unique things like you get Fanta Halloween edition or Coca-Cola for summer for lemonade flavors. When something new comes, some unique flavors comes, you always the consumers get interested, right? Imagine you go into a supermarket. What supermarket chain do you have there? Do you Hyper or Spar or anything? You go into supermarket chain. When you go and walk through the aisle, when something new catches your eye, would you not pick it up? You pick it up, right? To at least try, see, oh, this is a unique flavor. I have not seen it with some other things. Let's pick it up. So those are the key factors that formulates the right product, and understanding customer needs and personalized logos. So most of the things, this is some of the most of the FMCGs does as well, where they say it's private labeling. So even it is P&G or Kimberly Clark or something that are manufacturing the products, they would have labeling of some other brands like Pampers. You have Pampers as a P&G brand, right? The Pampers is a brand of P&G. They don't put P&G as it, but Pampers as a brand. So that's the logo. And you would have so many other things like mommy poco pads or something. Mommy poco pads is the private labeling that is being manufactured by PNG, but you would have the labeling of mommy poco pads, so on and so forth. These are called private labelings, so the personalized logos of it. And sometimes you would also have, uh, if you are a business to business and if you have a whole chain group like Novotel or something, Novotel wants their logo to be printed on the products that they would have, that they would buy from the company, for tissue or some sanitizer napkins or anything. They wanted their logos to be printed. So how do we manage that? So these are some of the key factors that come on the R&D side. Yeah, the unique formulas, how do they calculate? These are some of the SAP screens that we would see as well as we go forward. Then what we do in this training as well is we concentrate more on S4 HANA side. So we concentrate and we go into hands-on as well on the Fury front end and the S4 HANA. So you would get more advantage. You would get already an advantage of handling Fury, because that's where you said you're trying to migrate and move as well. So we would concentrate on more on the Fury side and the S4 HANA side, and what capabilities and what technical aspects that we have on the S4 HANA side. So you're already in a better position when it comes to the company uh, transformations and stuff. Having said so, we can also connect to the ECC side, and I can give you an analogy on how is it on the ECC side and how it would be on the S4 side, because S4 and Fury is the future, right? I've been already working on the S4 side, like for the concepts and these things for 4 or 5 years now. So S4 is a little cutting edge than what we have already on the web UI and WebDin Pros and SAP conventional ECC, right? So these are some of the screens, how you would see, how you would manage feedback and how an actual formulation happens. Some of the SAP screens. Moving forward, so we connect that as well and how it integrates to PLM. So PPM as a project and portfolio management is one of the key thing that connects with PLM. So PLM is on the engineering and R&D side, right? All this time that we spoke until now, where we are talking about innovation, where we are talking about new products, where we are talking about physical products, right? It's all science. We are talking about science here. We spoke about R&D. We spoke about customer feedbacks. It's tangible or physical things, right? But I am not a product developer. I don't know anything about PLM. I'm just a vice president, or I'm just a controller, or I'm just a CFO, where I only deal with money. I accept money. I don't, nothing else makes sense for me. I don't know what it is. I don't worry. You're spending this much. What am I getting? What is the profit? Where I'm investing? What are my stocks? You have people of these, right? Unfortunately or fortunately, these are the people who run the company. The CFOs, CEOs, the vice presidents, these are the ones that runs the company, right? No matter they have very good deep knowledge on the products, they are the ones running the company. So for them, how do we actually materialize what we are developing into monetary, quantifying tangible things? So that's where PPM comes into place. PPM, as in it says, project and portfolio management. So where it manages the complete project of development and also the portfolio of the assortments that you would have. So it always need not be a new development, but also can be managing the existing assortment and portfolio. You have an assortment of anything, like you have an assortment of what we have, the chips, assortment of chips with different flavors that it is coming with. What is famous chip brand that we have? Lace, yeah, the Lace assortment with different flavors, different parts of different regions of the world, different regions of, even in India. I'm sure that in India, from north to south, you would have different flavors that are more available in some parts of India as well. So all this assortment management, all this is scattered with project and portfolio management. Unfortunately, we might not go through detailed SAP screens and SAP theory on how the project and portfolio management looks like, but I've tried to capture some of the slides here where it would give us this is a project of for a unique flavor for a vitamin drink or something. This is something that we got out from some of the projects, slide ones. So they would give a time plan on when is the start and when are we going to launch to the market, and when is the conceptualization phase, and when you go deep into it, you would also understand how much it costs and so on and so forth. So the controllers and the money guys, the finance department knows how much they need to invest when. So that's where the main key thing of PPM lies in. We'll try to touch base as we go deeper into the processes, but as a functionality of PPM, that is what it does. It governs the complete new project and also maintains the portfolio of the project. Okay, now we have spoken about some business practices, some key challenges, specification management, change processes, etc., and etc. Right? But when we talk about key solution capabilities, how we bundle it, right? So innovation management and project and portfolio management that runs throughout. So when we talk about innovation management, it's on the requirements management inside it. You hear a lot of buzzwords like this in requirements management. Everything has a management to it. That's how SAP and some of the industries have made it, because it's all management roles and these are all managements. And PLM as in such is very tightly integrated with management roles. You would see most of the senior directors and VPs coming from PLM background now, because PLM is one key thing. As I say, right, PLM is the one that could see future. So ideally, a company wants someone in the CEOs and the senior directorial positions, senior leaderships, who can actually see that future, right? Companies run on the futuristic view. So having PLM background could also fetch you and help you place yourself in those roles quite comfortably, to be honest. So yeah, innovation management, project and portfolio management that runs throughout the processes. We talk about collaboration a little while after we go into it. I'll tell you what collaboration exactly means there. And specification management. So specification management is one such where it captures all the needs and requirements that are needed for the product. All the specifications, how it should look, how it should feel, how it should function. So we call this as form, fit, and function, 3Fs, FFF. We call it form, fit, and function. So how it is felt, how is it function, and how is it look and feel, all this scattered in the specification management. And the document management, covering all the documents coming around the PLM processes. You would get tons of documents, tons of documents around the PLM processes. May it be patent documents, may it be compliance documents, may it be requirements, may it be feedbacks, may it be custom clearances, may it be local regulation clearances. You would have tons of documents. So document management is a very key thing in the PLM. And the recipe development, I need not explain more on the recipe development. You might have already understood. You already know in a way. This is a very good analogy in the recipe developments where we consider it for the cooking that you would have. I don't know, you already know cooking, or you are a little aware of how is it made at least. So all the recipes that we talk in the cooking industry. So we are actually cooking or making a product. That's why it's called a recipe. And the quality aspects around that, how a quality management should be done, and the procurement that comes from right from the ideas to the product launch. The procurement can be vendor procurement, supplier procurement, material procurement, packaging. There's so much on this procurement part as well. So this lies around the processes. And with the recipe development, you would also have product compliance that we should be very careful of. You would need to reach all the medical standards, all the product ISO standards, or the local certification standards. So all the product compliance comes there, and finally handing over to the manufacturing. Many of the companies, or some of the companies, do say that once we hand it over to the manufacturing, that's where the PLM handshake is done. So the PLM processes are done, which I am not very fan of accepting it, because as we spoke all around, right, we PLM would need feedback from the consumers. We need to understand what it comes out of the sales and services, what compliance do you receive, what clients do we receive there. So we have to capture the feedback from there, and we have to cater all of this together. So I personally don't agree that when PLM process is done when you hand it over to manufacturing. But some do argue that handing over to manufacturing is where we have to have that handshake between the PLM department and the production planning department, or whatever. So that's some of the solution capabilities. We go deep into all of this. I parked collaboration. Why did I park collaboration? So what do you mean? What do you think about collaboration? So collaboration, as it looks, it's not a big thing that you collaborate between departments, and it's not a big thing, but it is one of the key differentiator for a PLM project to be success. So how effectively do you collaborate between each departments? How is the flow of information from an R&D department or from a laboratory trials is going into actual product development department, and how is it going into a recipe formulation department? So the data that it is sitting from the ideation to laboratory trials to recipe development to recipe formalization and to compliance, and also to the labeling, external labeling or internal labeling, how this information is flown throughout and how it is collaborated between departments is very key thing for the success of the PLM project. So that's why I part the collaboration a bit. And this is one of the key capability that SAP is now focusing on, collaboration, where they come up with this tool called EPD. I don't know how many of you have heard of it. EPD, as it sounds, is called Enterprise Product Development. So in this, EPD is a cloud solution of SAP. We talk more as we go in through the sessions. So this EPD has this collaboration as one of these key differentiators for the PLM processes to go through. We talk more on the EPD part as well as we get advanced on Fury and S4 and etc. So when we are talking about different processes and different solutions, we spoke about processes, we spoke about solutions, we spoke about what PLM is, what are the practices that we would have, and etc. So when we have to think of some key things on each phase that we spoke about, so these are some of the key things. Now, when we talk about idea and project, what are the solution capabilities that we have for the capture of the ideas? What is the PLM process working around the industries? As I say, right, each of the company itself would have a different PLM strategy, depending on who is sitting on the top management, to be honest. Working with the PLM in process industries, and how are the customer stories around PLM. So these all need to be considered for the ideations. And also in the concepts, what kind of innovation management tools do you have? When I say innovation management tools, it's not only a software related to SAP itself. It can be way beyond that. We in our company itself, the portfolio that I have, there are so many innovation management tools, each for each sector and departments. You cannot even imagine how much an innovation management tool could bring in. And also the project and portfolio management, we spoke about that a bit while ago, what a project and portfolio management is, and how do we incorporate the customer feedback, and how do we update the requirements and creating simple test cases around it for the concepts and trials, and estimating a future product cost. So estimating product costing, that's one of the key thing as well around this. And the collaboration around the product development, we spoke about it as well a bit, how important the information is to flow throughout the chain, from requirements till the handover to manufacturing and so on and so forth. How collaboratively different departments should work together, and what kind of solutions do we have. I will take you through one of the standard solution of SAP offering through our trainings. But what other collaborative, productive product development solutions do we have there? And at the end, compliance and labeling. So labeling is one of the key thing as well, where when you see a product, when you see, we are talking about lace, right, earlier. So when you have the lace chips packaging, the wrap, on that you would see what are the ingredients, what are the allergens, what are the nutrients, and what could be the labeling of. Would have, who is the new icon for the lace? When I was there, it was Saif Ali Khan or someone. Yeah, or Shah Rukh Khan, or who is there on the actual picture of the lace, depending on which region it is. So on and so forth. All this comes into labeling and also the handover to manufacturing at the end. And one of the key thing is the advanced calculations in recipe development. So when we say about advanced calculations in recipe development, I've not seen a single company in my whole experience where the calculations that are in recipe development are done in SAP itself. It's a way complicated calculations that each of the company and each of the industries have. It may be simple. You might think it's a simple addition, subtraction, and multiplications, but not. The calculations that become in recipe is way beyond that. The in-depth technicalities and in-depth calculuses that you would have in this is not very easy. So they generally, companies would have their custom solutions around this product calculations. They call recipe calculations or product calculations, whatnot, so on and so forth. And we take about it when we get into recipe development. So talking about some of the S4 HANA capabilities around the chain that we have, right? Ideation to project portfolio management, product development, compliance management, and commercializations. Throughout the chain, what are some of the S4 capabilities that you already could think of in PLM or connection to PLM? So I think that is where I understood all of you are in one way or the other from the S4, SAP capability, SAP as a background. So it's good for you as well to know what are some of the key SAP modules that are here, what you could think of, what you could focus on, and how you wanted to shape your career as well. In SAP, we have very good tool to capture all the ideas and the campaigns. It's called requirements management. It's a SaaS solution offered with SAP Cloud. So they have a really good campaigning and ideation tool, requirements management tool. And then you would have the project portfolio tool, PPM, SAP PPM that they call, which we spoke about a bit. And we'll talk a little more as well while we go through the sessions. Project portfolio management and also project execution, which is hand in hand with the project portfolio management. And then comes the product costing, SAP product costing. It's a tool by itself, but also integrated with recipe development. You can integrate product costing with recipe development as well. But this product costing also involves so many other overhead costs, labor costs, services costs, feedback, because when you have a product, that is where you make money, right? So when you design a product, you have to consider every cost in the company. When product is the only way that you earn to a company, so this product costing should consider the minute cost of having a coffee machine as well in your company. If you have a coffee machine, the cost for the coffee machine, the services for the coffee machine should also be included in the product. So just having a product is not just I have the raw materials and I have the packaging and I sell it. It's not just that cost. So when we calculate the product costing, it includes in detail to the cleaning people that you have, the coffee machines, the paper that you procure just for printing in the office, everything, all the company employees' salaries, everything. So everything has to be calculated in the product costing. So this product costing is a very key thing as well. And then the CPQ, the commercialization, handing over to manufacturing, these all are supply chain processes. There are so many in the supply chain processes, right? SAP is strong on the ERP and supply chain processes. May it be sales and distribution, material management, production planning, whatnot. There are so many supply chain processes in the ERP on the SAP side. And coming again, to handle all of this, you need to have a governance process. So there is this system called Master Data Governance, SAP MDG, they call. So this Master Data Governance has 5 key modules in it. Inside Master Data Governance, that is Material Master Data Governance, Vendor Master Data Governance, Customer Master Data Governance, and Finance Master Data Governance. So these are the key capabilities inside the SAP MDG, which holds intact of all the governance process throughout the life cycle. So when we talk about product life cycle and SAP master data, so this is the key concept of SAP, where they hold SAP MDG master data governance very closely with PLM. So these two go as two sides of the same coin. So when we talk about PLM, we also talk about SAP MDG, Master Data Governance. So these are two sides of the same coin. This is what I say in many of my pitchings as well, where Master Data Governance is not separated from PLM. We talk more about Master Data Governance as well, MDG as well, while we're going through our sessions. And yeah, general recipe, specification, compliances, plant specification, plant recipe, manufacturing bombs. These are some of the terminologies that we have around the SAP S4HANA capabilities, standard capabilities. So good. I mean, yeah, we get into those while we get in more of the trainings, but I can already open up the discussion for it. When we talk in ECC, especially for when we are talking on process industries and FMCGs, right? So when we concentrate there, in conventional ECC, you have specification management, which you handle through RWBC or CG02BD or something transactions. In conventional ECC, this specification management would transform itself to a Fury-based, much nicer feel. It's also called specification management. The business processes stays the same, but the major difference comes on the recipe development part. So in ECC, SAP used to call it as recipe management, but now when it comes to S4 side, it's modulated as recipe development. So when we talk both on the technical side, because I understood some of you are from ABAP side, the underlying tables around this have been changed completely on the ECC side to S4 side. So that background tables have been changed, and also how the business processes are connected throughout these capabilities have changed very drastically. Now, talking on the S4 side, when we have this recipe development, and we are talking on the governance process, right? MDG. If we have to integrate MDG on the ECC side, you have to manually create these connections. So you need to capture this partner profiles. You need to capture this connection between them through iDocs or through BAPI calls or whatever, and what any of their interfacing capabilities. On the S4 side, you have standard native integrations through CPI. So where this standard native integrations would give you an cutting edge on if you have it written on premise or on the cloud. On the cloud, you can also have these API calls between master data and PLM. And in addition to that, on the Fury side, we also have this SAP calls this as side-by-side extensibilities. We spoke about the collaboration. right? The collaboration that we have around the processes.
Yes.
So this collaboration is handled by a tool called EPD. We spoke about that as well a bit. So when we wanted to have this data coming from EPD directly to our recipes or specifications or documents or costing. So these collaborations are very much integrated in S4 and are only available on S4 but not on ECC. So these are some of the key differences that we see on ECC to S4. And in S4, there are way more capabilities that connect to SaaS solutions, all the software as a solutions or cloud solutions. So that's where the key difference lies in.
Yeah.
Did I answer your question, Chanika?
Yes, Rohan. Yes, yes. Thanks for that.
Yeah. So now we spoke about processes, we spoke about some solution capabilities, we spoke about what S4 capabilities we have. Let's think on what roles do we have in R&D industry or in the PLM. So these roles are one of the key things that drive us through the processes, right? Then in the process flow, what I wanted to emphasize here is on the roles, right? When you talk about any process industry, these are some of the key roles or the job roles that are there in the industry. So these did not still capture all of the IT roles that you would have, but these are the business roles to say. So the IT roles are not yet captured here, but these are the business roles. But the IT roles would be a counterpart for these roles, let's say. Or when we say the software management around, so it's just a counterpart of this. But the key business roles that we would have is product manager or a marketing manager. So where he or she would have an assortment for themselves, where they have to maintain, where they have to take care of. The assortment could be just a pack of just a bunch of different flavors in lays in different regions or different continents around. So that is one of the key roles that a product manager or a marketing manager would have, where he has to understand the industry trends, generate ideas, and create changes. This is where some of the engineering changes or innovation changes get started in the PLM process, and also having a product brief. So product brief is one of the thing. What is a product brief? So when you have a product that it is being sold to a consumer or a business, you need to have a brief of what the form, fit, and function. We spoke about form, fit, and function earlier. Do you remember? Where we said what, how is it, how is the touch and feel of it, what is it function, and what does it do? Who are the target audience? So this form, fit, and function need to be captured in this product brief. That is the responsibility of the product manager or assortment manager. We call them product managers or we call them assortment managers, so on and so forth. And recipe developer. So it's recipe developer is someone who could be ideally a scientist or who could be an associated scientist. So recipe developers would generally be PhD holders or scientists where they keep on testing so many other combinations. So in process industries, you see a lot of scientists in the company than in discrete industry. I think Amol could really connect to this since he has a quite good discrete and process experience here. So where they would see the recipe developers themselves develop a lot of trials, laboratory trials. We would have a laboratory division where most of the recipe developers sit in, and also laboratory assistants. So who are just like not scientists or PhD holders, but just out of their masters or something where they're assisting, or even some with the bachelor degrees as well, where they're assisting their scientists in some of the key sciences that are going around. So these two roles are the key science that we would have. Depending on the company, they could be chemical engineers, they could be material engineers, they could be anything. So where the actual science plays in. These two are the roles where actual science plays in. And then the recipe developer or the supplier. So they would have a division of roles here when we say recipe developer and the supplier. So for any product to get into a shape, you need some raw materials, right? The raw materials to have it. And also, you also might need some of the semi-finished or finished goods. Let's say we talk more about this terminology of raw materials, semi-finished and finished goods. For now, keep these words as in such. So some of these, you need to talk to some of the suppliers. Now, if I have, so let's take the same example of lace, right? When you manufacture a lace chips, you need potatoes, you need salt, you need some spices, you need some lemongrass or something. So a supplier is someone who is supplying is just the potatoes, right? You need a certain grade of potatoes, certain form of potatoes, peeled, unpeeled, packed. You have so many other requirements, right? So suppliers who is supplying the potatoes, and the recipe developer is one who could be giving this requirement to a supplier, or who could be just handling, keeping it together between supplier and the recipe developers in the lab. It can be a shared role. And also, you also see another recipe developer here. So these are called with different names in the companies. When you say, you hear in this recipe developer, we call them a laboratory recipe developer, a supplier recipe developer, and these.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary focus of SAP PLM for process industries? Option A, discrete manufacturing. Option B, automotive production. Option C, process manufacturing. Option D, aerospace engineering. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to become a master at managing supplies? Our SAP PLM course for process industries is here to guide you. You can go through it at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into the SAP PLM course for process industries. Think of it as a toolkit for planning things, ensuring we have enough products and getting them where they need to be. Covering everything from the basics to advanced techniques, our course is crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are pros with years of experience in the field. They're dedicated to helping you learn and are ready to tackle any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students rave about how helpful the course is. Just like you, folks have found our course incredibly beneficial. And the best part? It's budget friendly. This fantastic learning opportunity won't break the bank. Ready to level up as a SAP PLM course for process industry experts? Enroll now on our page. And for more details, head over to ZaranTech's website.
Are ones who are the site recipe developers. So these are available in the factories or the physical sites where is actually being produced. So depending on the site, depending on the factory machines that you have, so the machines, some of the machines can take in wet potatoes. Some machines would only take in dry potatoes. So depending on that machine capabilities, and some machines can cut it parallel, some machines can cut it longitudinal. So you never know. Depending on the machine equipment that you have procured, the site recipe developers modify the recipe accordingly. That's where we call parameters. That's where the parameters come into place. That's where the design parameters come into place. So when we spoke a little early on the product costing as well, right? Advanced calculations in recipe development. So product calculations, we call them. So that's where these all majorly play a role with designing the calculations for the product, having these advanced calculations for the recipes. So that's where the site recipe developers come into major play. And then once the product is there, you need a packaging to hold the product. So the packaging of the layers or the FMCGs invest a lot in packaging. Let me say, packaging is one of the most innovative departments. Packaging is one of the most changing departments in any company of the FMCGs. So when you say packaging, it comes down to what is the kind of material that is used in packaging. Is it polythene? Is it cardboard? Is it synthetic rolls? Is it cloth? You have combinations of all of this, and you would have suppliers for each of this. So packaging itself is a research by itself. So a packaging development team handling with the suppliers and taking care of all the packaging uh, part of it. We also spoke in start of the session, if you remember, on the sustainability part, right? So sustainability, one of the key index in packaging development departments. When they say, how much of sustainable packaging do I have? Do I have polythene? Do I have propylene? Do I use cardboard from the wood? Do I use cardboard from the waste? So there are so many other things. Or do you use PETs? All this stuff comes in the packaging development. And then the labeling expert. On the packaging, you also need to have a labeling. The label could contain allergens, ingredients, or just pictures of the uh, sponsors or the like the media marketers or influencers, whatever. So all these labelings or the artwork printings, we call them artwork printings, labelings. Or if you take about a Pampers, you have a small baby in the diapers, smiling, cute, with some background. So that's an artwork. How you have it, or some funny cartoon pictures of elephants, crocodiles, whatnot. So all this comes into this labeling expert. The compliance of the certificates, product informations, ISO certificates, and local clearances, patent management, everything comes under this compliance engineers. And also with the legal information on the legal registries of, okay, now this product, I'm selling this product in, let's say I'm selling this product in Australia, and for the Australian legal requirements, I shouldn't have any plastic into this product, so on and so forth, all these legal authority requirements. And the master data for the materials, we're capturing as a governance for all the processes around, and then the process engineer on the production side, where they have this BOM or the master recipe in there, and the purchasing specification, a purchaser who is different from the supplier coordinations here, where he purchases all the needed things around. Are some of the key SAP objects that you would have around this different roles. So when we talk about product manager, he would have documents, he would have ideas, the requirements management, the change records of the documents, requirements. And when we talk about this quality inspection roles, inspection characteristics, I leave this slide like this. It's self-explanatory of what are the different kinds of SAP objects that you would have in each of the roles. All of this, I expect that you would know, or you might know or not. If something is unclear in this SAP objects, just ask me and then we can talk. This is a flow, but let's answer to this question of IT roles, right? Now, we have seen these are the business roles that we have around. So the IT roles start from on the tools that we use, right? If we go back to few slides here, this is where most of the all the IT roles would have a business front end, the business face for it, right? So when we talk about IT, many of the companies around are investing a lot on the tools that run these processes. So major of the companies would have roles like, they call them a solution, right? If we go back few of the slides more, you have solutions, right? So each of the solution comes with a tool with it. So the IT roles doesn't have particular titles of packaging manager IT or something, but instead they will have roles like solution owners or the tool owners or application developers in a company perspective. I'm saying about now the companies like TCS, Capgemini, Accenture, or so on and so forth. These we call them as consulting companies. These are IT companies as in such. We are not touching them, right? Here you need to get a little difference between the IT industry and the FMCG industry. We are talking corely on the FMCG industry. So most of the IT roles, when they have to gather throughout the processes, they outsource some of this to these IT companies. That's how you're working as well now, right? You get outsourced for implementations, you get issues, tickets for solution if you support. So these are outsourced in a way. So these roles are not actually captured in the company because they wanted to keep it that way. They have IT companies where they outsource. Nevertheless, they would also would have internal IT capability where they would need someone taking care of these tools, the licensing for these tools, the users that they access these tools, or the solutions for the implementation of these tools, or rollouts, or continuous maintenance that you would have. Like SAP would have this upgrades, right, every quarter or once in a year. So someone who is handling this upgrades of the tool, uh, where you need to take care of all the software patches, you need to understand the advancements in the softwares, you need to be ready to be able to give an architectural overview of how these tools are connected to each other and give help business in a way from the IT side, uh, capture most of it. Like, how do we capture the requirements? How do we capture the specifications, and how it's IT driven at the end? Even though when you say it is manufactured in the machines would get feed from the IT tools at the end. The manufacturing execution systems are IT based, even it's SAP or Plain or Prophecy or whatever. So because this needs some time as well to get you into the details and get you understanding. So let's start with some typical business object flow. Right now, we have in this session yesterday, we have seen some business flow, we have seen some data objects, and we have discussed various combinations and various collaborations that we would have around the PLM flow. So, what would be a typical business object flow? When I say business objects, did you get an understanding of what is a business object? What do we consider as a business object? Typical SAP terms. Let's talk in typical SAP terms. You need not know the FMCG industry and the business at all. If you talk on typical SAP terms, what is a business object? So in the same way, when you said materials, right? The materials can further be classified. We discuss more today or tomorrow on the classification of the materials and where we go into further into it. Invoicing, someone mentioned invoicing as well. Yeah, that's a good business object too. But invoicing comes only at the later part of sales and distribution. Until and unless we hand it over to manufacturing and that is launched, we don't get into the sales and distribution of invoicing and credit claims. So when we are talking typically on a PLM in process industries, in FMCGs, the typical business objects would be few things for us, right? One, to start with, the engineering change record, as someone mentioned correctly, and then a specification, and then a material associated with the specification, and then a recipe, and then a labeling, certificates, documents, and the bombs associated with all of this at the end. And these are typical business objects that we would have in a PLM process industry. So when we divide them across the process chunks that we have, where we said ideation, prototyping, the formulation, the compliance and labeling and handover. So when we divide them across the chunk of this process in the business flow, we see we have always three major things that you have to consider in process industries. One is the product itself, the product flow, where we call it as a product specification. The product can be a consumer unit, the product can be a transport pack, or the product can be a piece itself. Before getting into those, do you know what is a consumer pack? Do you know what is a TRP, the transport unit? And do you know what is a piece? Diapers. I don't know how many of you have kids and how many of you have on the diapers, or we can take the lace as well. Or simply, I mean, this is one of my favorite cookie brand when I used to live there. Milk Bikis. Everyone knows Milk Bikis, right? Britannia Milk Bikis. So inside a Milk Bikis, you would have single each biscuit, right? And you would have a packaged wrap for that biscuit. And if you buy it in a bulk, you would get it in a cartoon or something, right? Everyone have experienced this, didn't you? So yeah, so here is a terminology here. So the single biscuit that you have manufactured, the single biscuit that is coming out of the process industry, that's called a piece. A single usable quantity is called a piece. So the recipes that are generally made are made to build the single piece called a biscuit, right? All the recipes, all the ingoing components of sugar, flour, sweetenings, whatever ingredients that they have for making this single consumable one is called a piece. And now these pieces are stacked into a packaging, and you would have the polythene around it, which shows Milk Bikis and some artwork on it and labeling with the ingredients and etc. and etc. That is a consumer unit. So as a consumer, when I am a consumer, I would buy that particular complete packet, right? You would buy a packet of biscuits. So that is called a consumer unit. Con, we call it as con. And then it comes the TRP, the transport pack. So when you are in a school or when you are for an organization, you would buy it in a carton full of biscuit packets, right? That is a transport pack, how it is transported. Did you get the difference between this? There are a few more on this as well, where you would see the same example of, you would see two different kinds of biscuits in the same packaging, right? You would have a tray of one kind of biscuits at one side, this pistachio, and one on the the strawberry. On one side, you would have a mix of them, right? Those are called combined repacks, CRPs, that we call them CRPs, which is called combined repack. So they're combined with two kinds of corns or two kinds of peas and a corn, but never two TRPs. So we talk more about this, but let's not to confuse. At least you have to understand there is a piece, there is a corn, and there is a TRP. So leveling, when we talk about leveling, we talk about the N layers as we go in, and then we get into those details more. Okay, sticking onto this page again. So when we say product, the product here can be a piece, a corn, or a TRP, or a CRP as well, the combined repack. But let's leave about combined repack at the moment. So these can be typical product flows where you create a product specification and the new material for the product is created. It can be 1:n or 1:1, doesn't matter. And then the raw material flow. So the raw material flow is one of the key things that make the recipe itself, right? The raw materials, when we talk raw materials, is the materials that are going as an ingoing components into the piece. So all the raw materials would go as an ingoing components to the piece. So a piece would contain like sugar, flour, milk, wheat, whatever. So all these are the ingredients or the raw materials. So the ingredients would need to be purchased for sure. That's where we spoke about the purchasing process as well, coming as an overlap yesterday. And then the key raw materials need to be created in the system to link it with the specification. So every specification would need a material, as in to go into manufacturing. The material is a must if they have to go into manufacturing. We talk about non-material specifications as well as we go. We get to there. And then the recipe flow. When we have the recipe flow, we will have a trial recipe, we'll have a general recipe or an experimental recipe. It's both, either you call it general recipe or experimental recipe. The terminology is used vice versa. And then there is a site recipe, and then there would be a master recipe or a plant recipe. Then everything of this would have a derived information from product labeling, certifications, and the registrations and the patents. Yeah, all of this legal documentation around this and the labeling that are needed for this. And at the end, you create a one-to-one relation between a product specification and a product material. So it's always like this. One product specification, a product specification can be linked to n materials. Now, let's say I have a product specification. Same like we take Fanta, right? We take Fanta, we take Sprite. So the product specification of a Fanta is one, where I would have, okay, this is a Fanta. A Fanta would have this much fizz. This is the sugar content in it, and this is the water content in it, and this is the polyhydral content in it. So I'll have all these details in the Fanta. This is a product specification, right? But at the end, material is something that at the end user gets it. So at the end, when you go to a store, you will have Fanta Zero, you will have Fanta Lemon, you will have Fanta Orange, you will have Fanta Strawberry, whatnot, right? So for all these, the specifications are the same. There would be, but the product specification is the same. At the end, the material are many. You will have Fanta Zero, Fanta, yeah, whatever ingredient, whatever different variants that you have. So in all these cases, you will have one product specification linked to n materials, but it's never the vice versa. So one material cannot be linked to n product specifications. No, it cannot happen. It never happens. A material cannot have n number of product specifications. That would never happen. And it's the same again with the creating purchase specification to creating new raw materials. So one purchasing specification can be created for n number of raw materials. This purchasing specification is mostly aligned with the vendors. Now I have a vendor who is selling me sugar, who is selling me milk. So a dairy vendor, let's say a dairy vendor, a bigger dairy vendor, whom we have a bigger dairy vendor like Arla. I don't know. Arla is not in India. Some bigger dairy vendor like Amul. Yeah, Amul, right? Yeah. So when we approach Amul to buy all the ingredients that we needed for our recipes, we will create one purchasing specification having n number of raw materials in it. You will have sugar, you will have butter, you will have milk, what all that is needed. So one purchasing specification is needed. It can be 1:1 as well, but those are very rare cases. But 1:n. But one raw material cannot have multiple purchasing specifications because you will use only one raw material at the end, right? It's one vendor dependent. The purchasing specification is always vendor dependent. And the same with trial recipes. You will have n number of trials. In clinical trials and laboratories, you will have trials like hundreds of trials to get out one winning recipe or one general recipe that we call. And again, one general recipe can have n number of site recipes. So this is where the concept here is. A general recipe can have 10 number of alternatives in it. Now I have sugar. Let's take the ingoing component as just sugar. And sugar can be date sugar is an alternative, and crystal sugar as another alternative, powdered sugar as another alternative. and jaggery as another alternative. So these are all there in the experimental and general recipe. But at the end, at the site, depending on what kind of equipment do I have and what is the need that I wanted to have for that market, I would choose one of those alternatives in the site or plant recipe. So again, one general recipe can have n number of plant recipes and not vice versa. One plant recipe cannot have n number of general recipes. No, never happens. And again, as we go further, one plant recipe or a master recipe can have n number of bombs. So the header bomb is the same, but it's always the alternatives that we say when we say 1:n. So one plant recipe can have different bomb alternatives. The bomb alternatives also depends on the probability and the usage of the bomb, where it is used, and what is the probability of. Now, let's say the same milk bikis example let me take, and let's say if it is in somewhere in Delhi, you will have 5 racks of milk bikis with saffron on it and 6 racks of milk bikis, the plain milk bikis. Okay, so but that is the usage, and that is the probability that you guess that okay, now at this store these many are the probable milk bikis that can be sold. So depending on the usage and probability, you would have multiple alternatives on the bomb as well. And same with labeling. The way you get the plant recipe out of it, the labeling also changes. You need to label which sugar is being used. Is it date sugar? Is it plain sugar, sugar powder, or jaggery, or so on and so forth. And same with the registration. One product labeling can have multiple registrations. When we say multiple registrations, the registration lies on the different regions where you are selling it. The registrations are local to the country, local to the state, and sometimes local to the city as well. So these are all one-to-ends. So wherever you see the one-to-end relationships, it's only unidirection. That is what you would see mostly in process industries. Unlike in discrete industries, you will have end-to-end. You can have a product variant for multiple cars. The same brake oil or the same brake system can be used for multiple cars. It's end-to-end. It's again process to process on company how they define their key design decisions, right? We call them KDDs. So it's completely on the company to company on how do they define it. So some of these are very flexible to change it on the site recipe. I have few customers who directly have the authority to change it in the site recipe, and some would want it to change it in the general recipe and then capture it in the site recipe or a plant recipe. It's again business case to business case dependent. I can give you some practical examples on it. Now, let's say if you have the same example of what we are talking with the milk bikis and the sugar, right? Now you get a new kind of sugar from sugar syrup, right? The sugar syrup is not at all there in general recipe. You don't have an accountability of sugar syrup that is in the trial recipes or general recipe as an alternative. In these cases, you would actually put it in the general recipe first. You change it in the general recipe. You create a new version of general recipe, and you add this sugar syrup into the general recipe, and then you would create a site recipe. Instead, if you wanted to change the consumption of the existing sugar powder, let's say, it's only the consumption change. Then you need not actually change it in the general recipe. Instead, you can choose to change it only in the site recipe or the plant recipe. So it's always case to case dependent business, how you operate business and how you have your analytical challenges at the end, how you set up your downstream processes, guide this a lot. So it's always company dependent. Yeah, this some of the customer stories of how we can how PLM brings them the benefits. I thought you are in the consultant world. It might be good for you to convince. I mean, convincing companies to implement PLM is always a challenge, right? If you remember, we spoke earlier where For the other modules, you see the return on investment very easily. The ROA is immediately seen, and you can convince them with actual figures and numbers. Unlike in PLM, you have to wait for some time to reap the benefit of it. And the benefit is not actually seen in PLM, but it is seen in downstream processes of sales and distribution, material optimization, and shop floor management, all this. So it's always good to oversee what could be the benefits of using PLM in the consumer products. So for you to, if you wanted to pitch in new projects or get in new clients. So I thought these could be some key benefits that you could already look through when you talk to them. This is a consumer pack. Do you know what is a TRP, the transport unit? And do you know what is a piece? Does anyone know it?
No, Rohan. Zero.
Okay.
First time.
Okay. So, okay. Let's get into a little detail on what are this terminology. What does this terminology mean, right? So, if you go, let's take an example of diapers. I don't know how many of you have kids and how many of you have owned the diapers, or we can take the lace as well, or simply, I mean, this is one of my favorite cookie brand when I used to live there. Milk Bikis. Everyone knows Milk Bikis, right? Britannia Milk Bikis. So inside a Milk Bikis, you would have single each biscuit, right? And you would have a packaged wrap for that biscuit. And if you buy it in a bulk, you would get it in a cartoon or something, right? Everyone have experienced this, didn't you? So so here is the terminology here. So the single biscuit that you have manufactured, the single biscuit that is coming out of the process industry, that's called a piece. A single usable quantity is called a piece. So the recipes that are generally made are made to build the single piece called a biscuit, right? All the recipes, all the ingoing components of sugar, flour, sweetenings, whatever ingredients that they have for making this single consumable one is called a piece. And now these pieces are which almost taste the same. There would not be much change in the higher picture. These are higher pictures. So the broader pictures and the higher ones stays the same. The roles are the same: product manager, recipe developer, compliance engineer. Compliance engineer plays a major role in the chemical industry than in consumer goods, because chemical industry's compliances are way too high. So compliance engineers and regulatory affairs, they play a very big role. And the documentation around in chemical industry is way high. They have to have so much documentation and so much quality inspections than in consumer goods. We concentrate more on consumer goods, and so that's where you come from. PLM customer stories in life sciences. These are some life sciences. You skip that too. We have discussed most of this. It's the same thing, but here there is some interesting notation if you have observed. So when we talk about the bigger modules of where the small capabilities stay, like managing campaigns, managing project and portfolios, managing recipe specifications, here you would have a bigger solutioning area of where it follows. If you see this line of what is SAP EPPM, the PPM Enterprise Project and Portfolio Management. SAP is very good with these abbreviations. They come up with each of the letters in English that they could use. SAP EPPM, where is the Project and Portfolio Management? it comes under this solution of SAP EPPM, and SAP PLC is the product lifecycle costing, where costing is also one of the key part, right? You need to know how much does it cost to have this product. And then you have SAP PLM. This is where we concentrate our training in with the specification management, recipe development, engineering change, document management. All of this would come in this SAP PLM. And then there is SAP MDG M. SAP MDG is master data governance. If you remember, we spoke about a little in the master data governance yesterday, where we said there is master data governance for materials, vendors, suppliers, financials, so on and so forth. So, but in this PLM, and which is interacting with PLM, it's SAP master data M, that is material. M stands for material here, where all the governance processes and the MWOMs and all are created. MDG is a very centerline tool. We'll see how much we could see of MDG. We have to check if we have the accesses and stuff on the MDG part, but we would go in detail into theory part on the MDG for sure. And then the core S4, where you would have all the core S4 processes like PP, MM, production planning, material management, sales and distribution, IBP, all of this, financials, SAP S4 finance. So all this lie in the S4 core S4. And PDSM, I mean, this PDSM is not for every organization. It's there only for few, where they maintain the regulatory for the medical related products. If we have some medical related products or chemicals, they have this PDSM. Yeah. We take the innovation management, right? We spoke about innovation management quite a lot in before, where we said all the ideations, all the ideas and the campaigns, if you see here in the SAP EPM. So all the campaigns and all the ideas would be collected in this innovation management. And if you go a little more further back, and we would said where we would manage all the campaigns, we will enrich the ideas, and you get all the ideas from the innovation management. That's the starting of the innovation funnel. So when the innovation funnel starts in the discovery phase, where multiple ideas are generated. So ideas can be anything, right? The multitude of ideas that we would have in process industry is humongous. I wanted to create the same with milk bikis. I wanted to create a milk bikis with saffron coating on it. I want to create a milk bikis with mango flour in it. I want to create a milk bikis with chocolate in it. So ideas are many. The ideas could be many things. So someone should manage all these ideas, approve an idea. Once an idea is approved, approval of an idea takes a lot of action as well. It has to be in the standards, it has to maintain all the legal requirements, it has to follow the sustainability campaigns. So all this come into picture. So once an idea is approved for further research or further development, that's where they start the product. That's where they start the project. The project is started exactly when the innovation management is the outcome of an innovation management is the project and portfolio management. So SAP product and portfolio management lies throughout, because this is where the money is. This is where the money and the timelines are maintained. The portfolio and project management is more what your project managers do. Managing the finances, managing the resources, managing the meetings, scheduling the gates. So the gates are the checkpoints to measure where we are on the product development. How is the product focusing? How is it propelling through the product development? So they are responsible for all these gates. And once the innovation management is done, the innovation funnel, once the discovery phase is done, and scoping would be done with using of PPM, and then where feasibility would be done with the clinical trials. So that's where the specification management starts to come into play before developing it, right? Once the feasibility is done, and from development, you know it. From development, you already are aware now a bit with how a specification is managed, and how a recipe is developed. And the same with document management. The document management comes at the very stage of the innovation because it need to have the IP. IP is intellectual property. The patent management, sometimes you have to be very careful about the ideas that you get in if the idea is not already registered in the IP database. So this IP database is an international database that companies would have access to, where you could check with the ideas that you get if this idea is already patented by someone, or it is free to use. So the IP documentation is very important. So it starts very, very early in the innovation management. So portfolio management would start very, very early. Nothing can be done without money, right? So the portfolio management would be started with a campaign where I wanted to have a campaign for a new innovation product of creating a new biscuits. I wanted to do it because my market is doing wrong. I'm not able to keep my marketing position. So in the market, I'm falling down because there are other companies now. Nestle is coming up with so many other innovative chocolates and biscuits, and Britannia is not able to keep that competition. Let's say, I mean, Nestle and Britannia are same, to be honest. But yeah, if this is the case, they would already start with a campaign. When you start a campaign, the project or the portfolio is already started. You need to maintain resources who are managing the campaign. You need to have funds to manage the campaigns and collect all the ideas. So SAP portfolio management lies throughout. And project and portfolio management is also a capability in SAP PLM solution. It is just under SAP EPPM, which we call Enterprise Portfolio and Project Management, but it is a major umbrella of PLM. It is under Product Lifecycle Management. SAP is quite rampant in renaming the products and rechanging their descriptions. That also is one of the IP things. But SAP Intelligent Product Design is now called as EPD, Enterprise Product Development. That's what they call as now. The Intelligent Product Design, IPD, is now renamed as EPD, Enterprise Product Design or Enterprise Product Development, that they call now. So if you remember, we spoke about collaboration all around the processes. Let me see what slide is that. Where do we have that? So the collaboration is one thing that stretches and spans across the process, right? When we wanted to collaborate between recipe development to product management and the compliance, we need some collaboration around. So this is where EPD or the intelligent the thing that you see there, intelligent product design, comes into picture. So it offers very innovative collaborative tools where I'll give you an example of how it is. You can actually import the specification completely into this collaborative environment, and you can modify the property tree elements accordingly. Now if I have, we go into details later, but I'm expecting that you might know a bit and here and there of the terminology. I have a property tree. That is enriched only by a vendor. So those are vendor details like PCR content, sustainability index, the packaging colors. So all of this is in a property tree, let's say. And these property tree details, I don't know. This comes from vendor. So what I ideally want is these to be filled by the vendor who is giving me this packaging. The vendor could be anyone who is manufacturing the cardboards and stuff. So now I import the specification into the collaborative environment, take in all these property trees and share these property tree elements with the vendor. So he enriches them and that is transferred back into the collaborative environment. So I can update my specification automatically, where I don't need to sit in and key in manually. Okay, number of colors equal to 4, PCR content is 40%, sustainability index is G1. I don't need to do all of this, right? So that is where the intelligent product development comes into picture. That is where the intelligent product design, which makes it really efficient and the time to reach and hit the markets would be quite fast. BPNM is business process navigation map. So how do we have a business process navigation map? So all the IT systems and all the flows are linked on these BPNMs, the business process navigation maps. This is the first start for any SAP implementation, let's say. So they would create BPNMs where they would create the business processes like this in the BPNM explorers, where you would have all the relations of what happens then, what is the decision box, and what are the processes. So this is where SAP starts. This is where an SAP project, if you take any greenfield or brownfield projects in SAP, you know what is a greenfield and brownfield projects in SAP as well? There are different types of terminologies in the greenfield, in the SAP implementation projects, right? So we majorly classify into two, the major classification. There's sub-classifications into it too. So the major classifications are two. One is a greenfield and one is a brownfield. So the greenfield is something that you would create a project and develop it in SAP completely from scratch. You don't have any business processes, you don't have any data related to it, you don't have anything, and you start up a new S4 system, a clean new S4 system that just out of these some standard functionalities. You take it and you enhance for the company business processes, you enhance it for the company business processes, you enhance the data, you enhance the business logics, all of this. This is a greenfield process. Whereas the brownfield is you migrate your business processes, you migrate the data from your existing ECC to S4. Here, you're not implementing new business processes, you're just migrating it. So there is already fit gaps that you need to do in brownfields, because the fit gaps could be quite many when you have this brownfield. Just the transformation projects, we call them transformation projects from ECC to S4. Even though you call it as NPD or NPI, doesn't matter. It's the same. It is the same processes for the new product development and new product introduction. Maybe for the new product introduction, let's say if you're introducing a brand new one, which is coming from a campaign and an idea, which you doesn't have a recipe for, which you doesn't have a specification for, which happens very rare in consumer goods industries. But other than that, you already reference to something that you already have. So NPD and NPI, they're used very synchronously. Doesn't have much difference, to be honest.
Yeah. The NPD and NPI are the big concepts, right? In the PLM, the way you start learning the PLM, the NPD and NPI comes into picture, right? Are we going to deep down in these topics or?
Yeah, we would. The NPD and NPI, or whatever we call the new product introduction and developments, that's the initiation for the PLM processes, right? At the end, if we wanted to, at the end, let's say I'm sitting in the management and I wanted to measure the effectiveness of the modules and the processes that I've implemented. On PLM side, this is one of the key KPI. The NPI and NPD is one of the key KPI, whatever you call it. It's one of the key KPI for the management to know what is the time to market? What is the time that is taking for my new product introduction? What is the time that it is taking for me to launch to the market? What is the time that is taking in the development process? What is the time that is taking in the innovation process? When we see the innovation funnel here, these are some of the key KPIs that it will be looked to measure the effectiveness of the process. So NPD or NPI, whatever you call, let's call it NPD for the moment, is one of the key index that it is measured. Product compliance itself is a module inside PLM, right? This product compliance becomes very important for chemical industries and medical devices. So the compliance could be not just ISO standards, not just international standards. There would be so much other regulatory needs and requirements that need to be met for each of the company, each of the country specific ones. So SAP has a system called P19. They call it P19 still, which is called UDI. I don't know if you know UDIs. Have you ever heard of UDI? So UDI is
No.
a unique device identifications. So when we talk about medical devices are just thermometers, right? Thermometers, or it can be stethoscopes, thermometers, or bandages. These are all medical devices, right? All the medical devices need to have a unique device identifiers. So each of the medical device, no matter what company you come from, what industry and wherever you are, need to be registered in this UDI platform. So once it is registered, it has to be compliant with the ISO. It has to be compliant with all the regulatory requirements. So for chemical and for medical devices, they would have a product compliance implemented itself. And some of the consumer goods also has product compliance because they would have chemicals, they would have cosmetics, some cosmetics like, yeah, if we take Fair and Lovely or something, this also a consumer good, right? They would have cosmetics, and sometimes they have to have the product compliance of what skin types that they would recommend it, and what are the components of what do we have in the Fair and Lovely? Depends on how the company manages it. Some companies just do it as a specification. Just in the specification management, they would have a product compliance specification and inherit it, or they copy it or inherit it and reference it. So it's different on how do the companies, but some companies implement product compliance as a product compliance separately. It's the same one where we said what are the different tasks, the different activities that are done during just in the idea phase. When I'm drilling down into each of these phases, if you see in the idea, we spoke about what in idea phase. So we saw until the high levels, idea and project. And the idea phase, what are the different activities inside the idea phase, in the idea management, in the project planning, resource staffing, execution, and monitoring. This is inside the idea phase. I'll leave this slide like this. I'll do that for the next coming slides as well. And I'll take any questions on it. So when you have a product, is Milk Bikis is a product. So you have to formulate on what is the amount of sugar you need to add, what is the amount of milk that you need to add, what is the amount of flour, and what is the amount of butter that you need to add, and what are the cuts that you need to have. So all this is product formulation, the ingoing components, right? It's just the ingoing components and also the packaging included in it. You don't have any. What do you need for a recipe? First, you need all the ingredients. You need what are the quantities of the ingredients that you use, and you need the consumption, right? That is the needed for the recipe itself, the ingredients. And second part is how do you do it? What is needed and how is needed, right? How do you do it? You melt the butter, you churn the butter, you churn the sugar, you mix it together with a whisker. So all this is defined in a process, right? You need to have a process. You have to churn the butter for like 5 minutes, and you have to mix the milk for 7 minutes. So these are processes. These are operations that need to be there. So the process definition is as important as the recipe itself. Agree? The process definitions cannot actually be defined straight into SAP PLM, but we would have some process operation parameters that we add to the stages. And at the end, we spoke about BOM for all this time. So this is where is another thing. When we create a BOM, when we synchronize a recipe to a BOM, you create a BOM with all the list of ingredients and the ingoing components. But what happens to the process? No one asked this question. What happens to the process? How do we know which component to add when, what to do with that component, how much time do I do what happens to all of this? So that is where the routings come into place. So with the BOM, there is another master data object that is created called routings. See, these routings are the ones that guide you to beat in this machine, to beat in the boilers for 10 minutes, and then go into mixers for 5 minutes, and then go into coolers for 3 minutes, and go into whiskers for 10 minutes. So this is all is there in the routings, the sequential steps of the process. If you see here a bit, it's all only when you process is more inside maintain than just maintaining process parameters. So that's where it comes in. We would not define much of the process definitions because this is an activity from production planning, because process also depends on the machinery that you have in the factories. So factory machines would operate differently. The site recipes or the site factory machines would operate differently. So each of the machine would have different times that is needed, different temperature settings, different torque levels, volatilities, more science in that. So it's maintained on the production planning side. In this, all the ingoing components, this is the primary output, but there can also be a secondary output where you would get a large chunk of butter. Maybe the butter is churned, and throughout the process, you might have a secondary output as well, a butter that can be used in some other downstream processes. So each of the process that you would have, even though when you cook, let's say, even though when you cook, you would have a recipe made for just cooking rice. Let's say you cook rice, right? When you cook rice, rice is your primary output. You would cook for rice, but you would also get starch with it, don't you? When you have the rice cooked, you get a starch.
Yep.
So that is the secondary output. And you might have tertiary output as well in some of the cases. So all of the process, all of the recipes that you would have would mostly have primary output and a secondary output. So that's why they say primary output. It would always have a specification. The specification can be details of many attributes like color, the shape, the form, the contents in it, or anything. And when we say transfer calculation results to primary output, we transfer what are the contents of ingoing raw materials into this primary output. So we transfer all of this calculation results into the primary output. So when you have the ingredients list that is coming out with allergens, with compositions, so this is all printed on the label, right? The allergens, compositions, ingredients, all of this should be transferred to primary output because the primary output is the one that is the face for the customer.
Yep.
So that's where we say, when we say transfer calculation results to the primary output. So this dates back to the evaluation of the ERP processes and systems, right? So if you remember, yesterday we spoke about 10 years ago where PLM is hardly considered as a technology by itself. So PLM was not into picture. Conventionally, the ERP processes are based on the material master. Material is the starting point for any ERP processes. It used to be conventionally from 30 years or so. 20, 30 years from when the ERP system started, when actually the industrialization started, material used to be the center base. And the material would yield to the BOM, the bill of materials that are linked to it. Now the ERP processes are very well established throughout the ages. It's very rampantly established, and they're very uniform in way of the usage of BOM, materials, industrializations, commercializations. This is all very well established. And now, when I come from PLM, and when I'm developing PLM, let's say if I wanted to replace this BOM, would you think the PLM would sustain replacing a major one of a BOM and a material where every process is relying on the strongest master data object in any ERP process is the material and the BOM? Or would I have a recipe created for the PLM and would I just wanted to synchronize this? This is one of the practical question, right? This is one of the very researchable question that makes it a recipe exist and also BOM exist. Ideally, it could be the same information, but the downstream processes of commercialization, sales and distribution, material management, CRM, everything is based on the material and the BOM. How do we evaluate this? How do we link all of this? How much of a rework is it to link all of these processes to recipe instead of already existing BOM? Or would it be easy to just link the BOM to the recipe? Do you understand where does it come from? Little of each part in different phases of the product development, what are the activities and what would be the different objects involved. So how do we make all of this possible? How do we do all of this process? Where does it start? So where does it actually change? And we also had this discussion on the NPI and NPD differences, right? Even though it's a new product development or new product introduction, where does it always start? How do we actually take all these changes throughout the objects, business objects, and throughout the landscape? So that's where this change, engineering change would come, or managing changes. We call manage change as a process. So someone, I remember someone in the start of the session had mentioned about engineering records as an object, right? As a business object, which is very well said. So engineering records or the change records are one of the key.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is a key feature of SAP PLM for process industries? Option A, integrated quality management. Option B, advanced 3D modeling. Option C, discrete production planning. Option D, automotive supply chain management. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there, want to become a master at managing supplies? Our SAP PLM course for process industries is here to guide you. You can go through it at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into the SAP PLM course for process industries. Think of it as a toolkit for planning things, ensuring we have enough products and getting them where they need to be. Covering everything from the basics to advanced techniques, our course is crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are pros with years of experience in the field. They're dedicated to helping you learn and are ready to tackle any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students rave about how helpful the course is. Just like you, folks have found our course incredibly beneficial. And the best part? It's budget friendly. This fantastic learning opportunity won't break the bank. Ready to level up as a SAP PLM course for process industry experts? Enroll now on our page. And for more details, head over to ZaranTech's website.
Business objects that carries over all this change. It's a carrier around all the different business objects that goes around the process, that goes along the process transversally. So it has this history. We call, if we take it on the terminology from business side, we call an engineering change. An engineering change on SAP side has many terminologies. It has its evaluation from start. It started with an ECR, ECO, engineering change record, engineering change order, just a change master initially, and ECR, ECO, and now it is called engineering record. Not now. It was called engineering record for a couple of years ago, and now it is called change record. The recent 2022 release, it's called engineering change record. So there is the terminology in SAP keeps changing, but the functionality of this is the same. what it does, and what on the business context is the same. It exactly is the same. When you have when you have this idea, when you have the project approved with the idea, you remember the innovation funnel that we have seen. I'm going back, where the discovery phase is done. After the discovery phase is done, and when you wanted to change from the scoping and feasibility, that's where you start creating this engineering change record or engineering change, where if the change request is approved, the change for an existing plain biscuit of milk bikis is approved to have saffron coating on it. And then you create an engineering record, you analyze the change impact, what are the affected objects, what is the analysis that you need, and you implement the change and you release it. Right? This is the hierarchical process. What happens in engineering change, what is managing change exactly means. And when you go into details and deep into it, what exactly means approving change request? You have to decide on the complexity of the change. You have to set up a project on a template. You have to assign resources for it. You have to create a project brief. You have to approve changes. If you remember, all of this, creating a project brief, approving change, and assigning resources, this is the role of project or product owner, the product manager or the product owner. The product manager or the product owner. We call them product manager, assortment manager, product owner, different terminology for the same role. So this is where the change originates. This is where the change originates. That's where you get the start for the engineering change. And once on the system, you create an engineering record. We would concentrate on engineering record in our trainings because change record is still a very new naive technology in SAP. I don't think anyone have implemented. We are looking into it. We might implement it in the next 2 years. But engineering record is what being rampantly being used at the moment. Change record has not yet been very popular yet. It's a new technology or a new solution from SAP. But engineering record is where you create from scratch or based on a project. You link to the change project. You trigger change workflow based on templates. We would see all of that when we create an engineering record. And then we do the impact analysis. You perform the impact analysis of where it is being used. You go to the object navigator. You would see different objects available. And you add the PLM objects to the engineering record, the assigned ones, and you assign a change number, and you trigger workflows accordingly. And at the end, how do you implement the change? You change all the affected PLM objects in it. You track the documents changes, you document the changes in the record, and you trigger the further workflows. And the same at the end, you release the changes with synchronizing the recipe to the BOM and finalize and close the change. You would do this as a demo in the system, as a case, creating an engineering record and taking it end to end of how actually the flow goes from creating an engineering record to synchronization of recipe to BOM, how it actually flows. You do all of that in the system as we planned. So classification is an SAP tool, SAP solution, as I said, which combines objects of the similar structure together. So it's a repository of different characteristics. These, don't confuse yourself between the characteristics. Leave PLM a bit now, because this classification is a cross-functional concept. It's a cross-functional object which is used in all the modules. It doesn't matter PLM, MM, SD, discrete industries, process industries. No, it is throughout. And discrete industries is based on classification, to be honest. The PLM in discrete industry or the PLM in process industry as well, to be honest, it is the central part of this is classification. That's where most of the PLM starts actually in the technical aspects. So the classification is a basic functionality where different type of objects coming together. The characteristics of, let's say, I have a characteristic that defines color, that defines code, that defines You see the property tree elements in a specification, don't you? Have you all seen the property tree elements in a specification? Then the classification, the advantages of classification is easily searchable, it's easily groupable. You can group them, ungroup them, you can link it to different objects of documents, specifications, product variants, materials, invoices, purchase orders, so on and so forth. There are so many classification types. We can go into detail of it for sure. Since you said that you don't know, maybe I'll try to find some very deep technical documents as well on this, and then we'll see. I'll share with them. I'll share you with you on those, so you know more of the classification system. Yeah. So the classification. I mean, are you aware of this different UI options that we have with SAP? The S4 NetViewer, the Fury, the UI5. Are you aware of these? It's not linked with classification. It's more of the technical architecture of SAP. Yeah, the UI5 is just a predecessor technology for Fury. Fury is now coming into picture with more user-friendly screens and more user experience, right? Before SAP took into the Fury journey, it already took in the UI5 journey. UI5 is another user interfacing technology. So most of the SAP apps are there in UI5 and not everything is there in Fury. So when you log into Fury Launchpad, you would get mix of Fury lightweight apps, the flagship lightweight Fury apps, and also some UI5 WebDyn Pro apps together. So different technology is, you can just remember that it's a different interfacing technology, the user interface technologies. And classification at the moment is still available as a UI5 technology. As I said, features, class types. A classification would start with two key things: a class and characteristics. You have to remember these two objects, a class and a characteristic. A class is something that holds in different characteristics together. Like characteristic can be a color, characteristic can be the form of it, whatever defines the particular thing. It need not be a product. It can be anything. If you talk about a document, just a document on the department and the confidentiality, the key date in. So the classification item can be anything. That's the beauty of this classification system. You can define anything to anything. You're not restricted here to with the standard SAP functionality of you can only define this, you cannot define this. And these are grouped under a class, and a class is in turn assigned to different materials. Depending on what object you're assigning to, the class type changes. We get into details and technicalities, then you would understand more of it. As I said, you heard about class and characteristic, and the third one is the object link. How would you link a class? How would you link all of these characters to an object? The object here is the business objects that we spoke about all throughout in the previous, right? The object can be a specification, the object can be a recipe, the object can be a label, the object can be engineering record, the object can be a document, the object can be plant maintenance, it can be any master record. The object is a unique number that a master record can be identified with. Again, the object link that is there, it is divided into object link overview, where you would have an overview of what it is and the details of what it is inside it, like a document and so on and so forth. The advantage of the object link features is the search help, where you could search it easily and the data retrieval for all of this. I made this presentation we made this presentation a little, what you say, just giving overviews. We thought, we thought that you would already know classification system. That's why we did not get into details. But for tomorrow, maybe I'll try to get in more details on the classification, so you can go more technical details and get you more understanding on that, because classification is very important That's the core, one of the core pillars of PLM. If you don't understand classification, how do we do classification and how do we actually configure classification, you might not able to do anything on the PLM side. Cannot create a property tree, could not link a document with proper classifications in it, and so on and so forth. So tomorrow I'll try to get in more technical details on this. Yeah, the different objects that it is, object links that it is supported, and the object link benefits. So there is two things. One is phase and one is phrase, right? Phrase is an SAP PLM object inside specification. So since you got it already, so phrases are something that are used inside specification. So what happens is you maintain property trees, right? Many said that you were aware of property trees. So inside property tree, you have fields that you enter, the attributes, the VATs that you call. When you enter the VAT, some of the VATs need to be translated to multiple different languages. Have you seen the WWA reports? Same as sugar. Sugar, if you write it in English, it's sugar. If you write it in Spanish, it's azúcar. And if you write it in Swedish, it's socker. If you write it in German, it's sogar. So you need to translate the same word into different languages. And how do we do it? SAP offers a solution called phrase. So when you maintain it in the phrase, you maintain that as a phrase, then it offers multiple translations into different languages. So that's where the phrases are maintained. We will see phrase maintenance as well in our sessions, how a phrase is maintained. That's an SAP PLM one. And the phase here is a phase inside the project, the phase that you see here. So inside a project, you would have different phases. The phase of exploration, discovery, development, and so on and so forth. That is the phase that is referred here. So depending on what phase, you can also have a link to this classification of class and characteristics to go on further. So we get down into the topic today. I think we have enough time to get into the system as well. So classification. So where it actually starts is, as the expression says here, where on earth. If you wanted to search something, search an object in SAP, search a custom object, like you would have some standard objects in SAP, right? It doesn't matter which company you use, you have standard objects. If you go to a document, you would have document header, document lab office, all of this. But if you want a custom field in your company, saying that, okay, now I belong to the department of R&D, I belong to the department of graphic design or something, and I want to define this, and I wanted to search what are all the documents that are created from my department, or what are all the specifications that are pertaining to my department. How do we search it? So that classification, the main idea of classification started with easier possibility to find things. 2 or 3 major objects here. The concept is simple, but the advantages are humongous. Like how we can use classification and how it actually turns out. Especially in discrete industry, classification is used very extensively, and it is a very complex structure in discrete industries. Right? Some of these slides are just repetition, let's say. So now let's say, I'll give you this is a classical example of a classification. How do we find a material, right? Now, each of the material, how many of you are aware of the material master and the material master views here? So if you see a material in a material master, you would have some views. You would have a basic view, you would have a purchasing view, you would have a scheduling view, sales view. Now let's say, as the same thing, I wanted to have a material with a color, casing color, and with gloss or without gloss. And I wanted to have a list. I wanted to have these on the material, right? If we take a material of a chassis or a paint or an engine, and if I wanted to have characteristics of that material saying that, okay, this is a blue one, this is a red one, this is a white one, and this is without clause, with clause. So if I have to have all of this linked together, can we have it in the standard views? Simply no, right? Because it's very company dependent, it's very business dependent. And this is where we use classification. And then at the end, if you run these reports and search functionalities to see, okay, now I want a red colored chassis with gloss. How many do I have? What is the material number of it? So that's where the advantage of beauty of the classification comes in. The search capability and the linking of whatever custom or conventional things that cannot be defined using standard views of SAP. This is how a typical classification function looks like. You define first the characteristics and a class. A class can be a color or anything, and then you would assign this into a classification. So this is what we call classification. Classification is a concept than an object. Okay, so there you will have an object assignment. You assign it to a material, you assign it to a document, engineering record, specification, so on and so forth. It can be assigned to multiple objects. And how do we do classification step by step? Is first you define a characteristics and you define the permitted characteristic values, maintain the class, assign the relevant characteristics, create an object. I mean, we can assign it to an existing object. We need not create a new object as well. And then you assign the class to it. But the assignment is always on the class level, but not on the characteristic level. So class is assigned to an object, and then you can search for the object depending on that. And these are some of the main screens in the characteristics. So when you open a characteristics of maintenance, you will have basic data, you will have description, you will have allowed values, additional values, what are the restrictions that you could have, and yeah, classification of the characteristic, what kind of class characteristic it is. And it is also having the formats. These formats are very synchronous to what you have it in the ABAP data type formats. Is it a num? Is it a number? Is it characteristics? It's a date, time, currency. So you can use, and you can also choose if the value should be assigned, if it is required mandatorily. Now let's say in some of the cases you wanted to have this value and you would not want user to go ahead without maintaining it. Then you can mark this as a required value and system will not allow you to pass further unless you enter this value. And if a single value is needed or multiple values are needed, all of this, we'll get into that more. Maybe we can already get into the system and then we come back here. So it will make more sense. Yeah. Let me log in into the system. Yeah. So what exactly is a characteristic is it's a simple concept, to be honest. So if you can think of any additional fields that you need on particular master data, and if you wanted to have defined it, and that is how you start defining it, right? And the key functionalities that SAP allows us here is you can pick a format of how it should be. So the formatting is done accordingly, and you can pick an entry if it is required or not, if you want single entry or multiple values, so on and so forth. This is a sequential procedure of yeah, it's the same thing that is talking about. And then class. Now that imagine that we have defined already the characteristics, right? And the characteristics of color, so color or whatever, anything else that you define, all of those characteristics, and it is the characteristics that you define can only be used when it is assigned to a class. So class is a kind of a parent, let's say. Class is a parent and this characteristics of the children of that. So this parent-child relationship should be established by assigning it to a class. This is what we call as class assignment. So inside the class, You will have a basic data where you enter some description of the class, authorization needs if you want, and keywords to search for the class, and some the characteristics that you defined earlier, let's say. And also some people enter a huge long text explaining what is the need of the class, where is it used, where is it used, and so on and so forth. The key and the main important thing in the class is the class type. So the class type steers what screens the class is and what functions the class can do. So the class type is very important that you know it. So there are different class types for each type of the master object that you use. So if you use class type 001, that means this class and the characteristics coming with this class can only be used with a material and none else. Because this class type steers the screen layout, the organization areas of where it can be, and the object types that it could integrate with. Right? Are you with me here? So this is the main thing that need to be very careful of, class type. So the class type is something that you need to know upfront before defining a class. So if I'm using this class in a document, if I'm using this class in material, if I'm using this class in a recipe, if I'm using this class in engineering record, depending on that, you would have different class types. So like 001 for materials, if you are using this as a material class, then you define it as 001. And if you're defining as a document class, you define it as 017. And if you define it for an engineering record, you define it as 046. We will see the class types. So there is a list of class types where it says what it can be done on each. Yeah, and you can also create a class according to the standards like DIN standard, ISO, ANSI. These are some of the rating agencies where they give certifications on. You might have heard ANSI and ISO for sure. I mean, ISO is very much in anything that you define. ISO certifies products, ISO certifies processes.
It's international standard of something.
Yeah.
It will call
Yeah. In the international
it's like
standard
a code book where it will mention all the limits and
exactly. And this is where the key thing starts for the discrete industry. We might not go deep into this, but I'll touch base so that you understand the complexity that classes and characteristics can bring. All right. Have you heard of any configurable material? What is a configurable material? Do you know this concept of configurable material? No? Okay. So the configurable material is like this. So you have let's talk about the same example of that we're talking yesterday and the day before. Like if you have a Fanta, right? You have Fanta Zero, you have Fanta Raspberry, Fanta Halloween, Fanta Orange. You have different variants of this, right? It's the same Fanta. The material is Fanta, but you have different variants of it. But should I maintain one material for each of the variant? Or how do we actually do it? So that's where it comes. That's where you're trying to reset the password. Sorry. That's where it comes. So you maintain this is the concept called configurable material, where a shell of the material is maintained, like the core of the Fanta, the recipe or the needs for Fanta are maintained in a configurable material, and depending on where you use it, particular variant is picked. So these variants with different characteristics in it, like if you take Fanta Zero, it should not have the sugar content is 0. So you define a characteristic saying that sugar content percentage between 0 to 100, and you define another characteristic saying fruit content You would have options like raspberry, orange, strawberry, so on and so forth. And you would have another characteristic saying color. So color could be red, blue, yellow, white. So these are different characteristics that are there. And now you assign these characteristics to a class called a variant class, let's say. You assign it to a variant class. And then when this variant class, along with these characteristics, are assigned to the configurable material of a core Fanta, at the production side, you would get an option in the BOM list to select which of these characteristics that I wanted to produce. Are you with me? If I'm producing a Fanta Zero, if I'm producing a Fanta Raspberry, if I'm producing a Fanta Orange. So it depends on completely that way. That's where the configurable material comes into place. It gives the same example here, a little more, and you can have, and this is another concept of hierarchy of classes. So you can have class above a class, above a class, above a class. Makes it a little complicated, but this is how it works. The complexity is now, it starts when you define classes hierarchy, when you define object dependencies to it. So object dependencies would be like selection conditions, procedures. So there are different types of things here, system automations. It starts with a simple concept of having classes and characteristics, but it could also get complex as we go on with class hierarchies, object dependencies, all this stuff. Right? That's why it's a very powerful solution from SAP. So classification is also rated as one of the most powerful solutions of SAP because it's used cross-functional. It's not limited to PLM or MM or SD. It's used cross-functional. And then, yeah. In this example, you could see there is a first class defined for the forklift. And under forklift, you have another class for drive assembly and the lift. This is an discrete industry example. And then inside the drive assembly, you would have an engine, brake unit, I think. And then for that engine, you would have an engine called T engine, FA, different naming that what they have. And then you would have characteristics saying that what is the internal key, what is the cooling system, and what is the type. So now if I choose this characteristics of engine, it flows this part. So this itself becomes a BOM. Right? You would have a BOM with these characteristics. That is what is being produced. That is what would be produced in the plants at the end. And the same with this. Depends on what characteristics you pick up. You would have a BOM coming out accordingly. So these are some of the central components in classification that we spoke about already.
Yep.
So yeah, when we say take the same central components, what I try to do is taking the same central components, you'll have the examples here. What is an object type does mean. So the object type could be a material, document, customer, and so on and so forth. And what is an object? Object is the material number itself, or the customer number, or the vendor number. Yeah, object type is like the master data object. The business objects that we spoke about the couple of days ago, I mean yesterday as well, you remember? We spoke about different business objects or master data objects. It refers to the type of object that we would pick to add. The object is nothing but a business object, right? It has different shape. I mean, the object type is the master data objects that we are referring to here. Recipe, BOM, specification, material, document. For the object type, if you see, it's a respective class type that you would have. Material, and this is the class type. Document, this is the class type. Customer, this is the class type. And then classes. So now I wanted to have a monitor as a class, laser printers as a class, inkjet printers as another class. And the characteristics for each of this class is length, weight, and basic material. What is the basic material used? And the values for it is, for length is 10 centimeter, with the weight is 15, and the basic material is copper. Kind of is an example that I tried to put in. So, I mean, I thought we would do an exercise together. If you had system access as well, one creates each type of class, and we assign it to each different object type. We have to figure out your access as well. How do we do it? Let's get into the system and then we can come back here, okay? So all the classes to start with, where do we start? From back top down, right? So first we create characteristics. It is with a transaction called CT04 in SAP, where you start creating a characteristic. Now let's take the same example. Be creative. Give any characteristics that you want. What characteristics do you want to see? So change number is a centrally driven concept, right? So now the change number is created for, we spoke about engineering changes, right? So let's say I wanted to steer all the changes happening between this time to this time, between Halloween to Christmas, let's take. So between Halloween to Christmas time, I wanted to steer all the changes with a single number, which acts as a link to it, right? So that's where we start as an example, and that's where we start using change number. So change number can help us give a particular validities for the objects existing in the system. So I can use the same change number and create a characteristics. I can use the same change number, create a recipe, same change number, create a specification. So what happens with the advantage of using the same change number in different objects is, once the validities are done, no more the recipe is valid, no more the specification is valid, no more the characteristic is valid. So if you wanted to have promotions, let's say it comes with a promotion, let's say. So there would be seasonal promotions. So you would have promotions between Halloween and Christmas, and you don't want to have this promotion after that. So you will have this validity ranges during this time. So you create the characteristics of the business objects that are needed using a change number, so that it automatically turns on and off. And then I can give a characteristic group depending on where am I using this. You have to be very careful on giving a characteristic group. You can choose not to give as well, because if you give a characteristic group here, it is only valid there. Like if it is only valid for the process instructions, a local characteristics, or SAP mill, and so on and so forth. We choose not to give because we wanted to use it uniformly. And you can also give an authorization group. These authorization groups steer the authorization as well. What kind of level of authorization that you wanted to have. Now let's say if I have the same class being used by purchasing and like same class being used by design, I don't want these characteristics that are there on design side to be visible for purchasing team. So I define two different authorization groups. So I have assigned one authorization group for the purchasing team people. So they only see the characteristics for the purchasing group auth. And I define another authorization group, which can be seen only by design team. It's good to know that this can be done, and this is a basis task as well, where they define the authorization group and define the roles behind it. So yeah, but as a functional consultants, I hope you are all mostly functional consultants, what you're trying to be with PLM. So authorization group is something becomes very handy. And then how many number of characters would it have? I take 25. It would not be more than 25 maybe. And we can say if it is case sensitive, we can click it. So if it can be either entered only in capitals or small, or however we enter the values, it can only be entered like that. And there is a possibility to choose the predefined templates. There are some templates the standard SAP offers. It's like they only have the one char template. I generally don't tend to use this. And then you can have value assignment if it should be single value, multiple values, if it is restrictable, and if you need to have an entry required, if this entry need to be made. Yeah, exactly. So that's where the challenge comes. So these characteristics can be modified anytime by anyone. Okay, it can be modified until and unless this is being used in an object. So what happens is you assign these characteristics to classes, right? And the class is assigned to an object. Now, once this assignment is done to a class and the class to an object, you can no more modify the characteristic because the changes that you do here would reflect up down. So it reflects in the class and also it reflects on the material or whatever object it is linked to. So if you wanted to make this possible, you have to remove all the links first. And then I go to the descriptions and I can have different descriptions for different languages. I can have a Spanish one. So I can do different things like this. I can also take a, so it depends on where are we using this, right? So it depends on the language code, depends on the where you are using it.
Yep.
And then you assign the values to it. What values do we have? Red, blue, green, yellow, so on and so forth. You can give description or you can not. You need not. I mean, I generally give some description. Color red, color blue, green, and color yellow. There is also an option that you could pick it up from a table. You know, if you already have a table that is there in the system, you can pick it up from there. So that's where you would have this additional values, and then you can click on other value checks and you can see if you want to pick it up from a table, if you want to pick it up from a function module, or if you wanted to pick it up from a catalog. There are catalogs that can be maintained, which are generally maintained on the Ariba purchasing side, if you wanted to pick it up from there. A function module is something you might be very well knowing it, right? The function module it can fetch information from some other database as well and show it here. And then a check table where you can pick it up from a table that is already existing in the system. So on and so forth. So I don't click on that now. Then you can have any additional data. That is the tables that I'm saying. And if you have any document, if you wanted to link that explaining more about what is this class, explaining, because some of these classes could be regulatory classes where you need to maintain a lot of documentation. So if you wanted to say, okay, this is being maintained here and there, so those things can be maintained. And then you would have what kind of input it is. Is it not ready for input or no? And if the values can be displayed or no. So this helps us to use a lot in when these values are filled from an interface instead of manually inputting. So when that then you click note ready for input, then it is filled from an interface automatically from some other transactions happening somewhere else. Or you can also define object dependencies inside between the characteristics, which allows you to fill in some stuff. And then it's not displayed and display only allowed values. So it depends on that. You can define tick or untick many of this. Okay. And then you have restrictions. Restrictions as such, these restrictions are available on the characteristic level only. That saying that I want these characteristics to be used only for material class and document class and maybe engineering record header, and then yeah, whatever. Like this, I can define restrictions on where it can be used. If you don't define any restrictions, which means it can be used anywhere where the class is assigned to, whichever class type it is assigned to. When we'll assign 017, and I'll show you what happens. And then I save this. Now we have a class, right? In the next, we try to create we have a characteristic. Now we will try to create a class. So unlike characteristics, I mean, generally they would have a little naming conventions on how do they create classes, but we need not worry about it much. So we can create a class saying y underscore ropa or store or maintain. Yeah, and then I give the class type is mandatory. So if you remember, we spoke about class types. There are 87 class types, standard ones that SAP offers, which starts from 001, which is the material class type. I'll talk only the important ones that are needed. 001 material class type, 009 production resources and tools, 010 for the vendor, 011 for the customer, 012 for characteristics class. This is an interesting class, 012. And then 017 for object, 017 for document management, 18 for task list, 19 for work center, and then 25 for engineering change management. This is different from engineering records, you have to remember. And 30 for plant, and 31 for user defined data types. And then if you go further, you will have 46 for engineering records. More 104 for recipes, and 170 for document distributions. You don't need any more stuff other than these. Yeah, CDP classification is not needed. Batch selection criteria is not needed. Maybe 106 for change record, and 103 for labeling. Yeah, labeling is one thing. 103 for labeling. Yeah, so these are different class types. Depending on what class type you choose, you can only use it in those objects. So these class types are synchronous to the objects that you have, right? Any question here? No? And I take a material class and I proceed ahead with creating this. Yeah, that's why I want to create it. Class for the store. And then the class group is the same as different groupings. I prefer not to give it. And you can give an organization area where this class belongs to. There is no organization areas defined yet. That's done by central master material masters. So if you define an organization area, then you can give it to an organization area. And again, the authorizations. What kind of authorizations that you wanted to have restricted on this? And then the keywords. What are the keywords that you want this class to be searched with? Store, shop, in the yeah, you will have those keywords that you can search this with. And now we are seeing the characteristic here. What is the characteristic that we define? Color, right? Color underscore Zara. Yeah. What is it saying? You cannot use color Zara with class type 001. Do you know why? Yeah, we have selected the class type only for the document management. That's why it doesn't know. Now I do this and give it also for the material master. Then now it allows us to add this characteristic. And if you want some text, you can write more, the documents. And yeah, these are standard keys which are not needed at the moment. And I save this, right? So we have one class created for this. Can you, okay, you cannot access SAP at the moment. Yeah, nevertheless. This is simple of what we did, but there could be quite some dependencies to it. There's quite some complexity as well, as we say. Here you see 4 tabs, right? One, print relevant, search relevant, and display relevant, and index relevant. So these ones, if you want these characteristics to be printed into a physical PDF or the local printers, you need to select the print relevant and also the search relevant. If you want the object to be searched on a characteristic level, but not only just on the class level, you have to tick that. And then if you want it to display release, you can click that. That can already be done. So I do that and I save it. Generally, most depends on the business case scenario to scenario. They activate it or they don't activate it. Completely local restrictions and local challenges that you have there. But that's how a class is generally defined. Going back to the presentation to help explain you a little more on hierarchy. We don't need hierarchies. Yeah, we have seen about the characteristic maintenance. We maintain class basic data. We maintain descriptions, values, additional data, and the restrictions to the class type. We talk about dependencies soon. Yeah, maybe we should talk about dependencies as well. So now we have seen characteristics that we can assign different values to it, and a class, how we can link the different characters to a class. But now what I want as a business, I don't want to enter these values every time. Now I wanted to have conditions like, okay, if the color is red, then the feel is smooth, or if the color is red, then I wanted to have the gloss as no gloss to it. So you can define conditions like this. That is what we call object dependencies, right? So disallowing a certain value combination, or allowing a certain value combination, or automatically setting up values depending on the other characteristics that you have, or dynamically saying this is the required entry for the characteristics, or already setting a default value for the characteristic if none is selected. There are 4 types of dependency types when we talk about. One is a precondition, a selection condition, a procedure, or an action. So precondition is something that you can assign a value, but also choose not to, right? So the preconditions are, now let's say I can only choose red if the person walking in is a woman, if the person walking in is a man from China or Africa or India or whatever. So you can have these conditions defined like this. So this color red can only be chosen by women, let's say. So that's a precondition already. You have a precondition set. The particular color can only be chosen by some other thing happening. And selection condition. Selection condition is something you must assign a value to a characteristics if the condition is fulfilled. You must. You cannot choose not to. So that's a selection condition. Now, selection conditions are something like this. We take the example of car again. Car examples are very easy in the selection conditions. All right. The selection conditions are like if you have ABS, automatic braking system, and if you have power steering, it's automatic that you must have a rear view defogger. So rear window defogger. So this is a must condition. So this is called selection condition. Don't get confused between precondition and selection condition. When you define dependencies, you need to have to choose what kind of dependencies are you defining. Is it a precondition? Is it a selection condition? Or the third one is a procedure. So procedure sets characteristic values in the classification if the condition is fulfilled. It's not a must. It's not a must. The default value can be a default. The assigned value can be a default, or it can be changed as well. So it depends on the actions. It actually depends on the actions of, okay, now we have the action is like this. Now the car is going into a dark valley, right? Now the procedure is by default, the rear and the front lights turn on. So that's a procedure. There is an action to it. The action is the car moving to a dark alley. The lights turn on automatically. That's a procedure. That's an action. So in practical, you see this, right? You see a car turning on lights when it is in dark, when it is going to a dark tunnel, or you see automatically wipers coming on when it is raining. So in the system and the backend, it's so simple as like this, that you define classes and characteristics for this, and you define these dependencies. This is how it is done in the system. And that's how you see the end. Are you getting the connection here? So where exactly do we use these object dependencies? So the preconditions are used on the characteristic level on the basic data and also on the characteristic value. And the selection conditions can only be used on the characteristics basic data. And the procedures can be used both on the characteristic basic data, characteristic value, and also on the class level. So the procedures are defined at the class level generally. And preconditions are defined at the characteristic value level, and selection conditions are defined at the basic data level. And this is a syntax. If you wanted to write an object dependency, these are some of the syntaxes that you need to follow. Logical operators, comparisons, arithmetic expressions, setting of default values, what need to be set, so on and so forth. and more additional expressions. Because some of you are ABAP coders, it could be quite easy for you. These are SQL codes, SQL lines that are written. I've captured some of the practical examples where you would have how it is being picked up. I would share this presentation with you. Yeah, setting up classes, class defaults, programming. Yeah. So defining a new object type, right? There could be challenges always that you might not need to use only the standard ones, and there could be a challenge where you wanted to define a new object type, right? How do you define a new object type? You would have different screen to it. You would have different call to it, different backend tables to it. So you need to know what is the backend tables to it, and then you define a new object using this function module. You see here object check Marthi something, and you need to create a function model something like that, object check underscore the backend table that you would have, and you can copy from the odds already having an object check function module. And then you need to have you must create these screens in the screen painter if it is not already available, but most of the screens are already available in the screen painters. Then you take the screen painter screen from there and you define it in the screen what it need to be. I mean, these are more technical details, not needed, but I just captured it so that since you said you're very new to classification, it's good to have these details of both technical and functional. Some authorization groups that you need for class maintenance, class classification, organization areas, the user settings profiles of the user settings, and the interactive designs, what is needed, what are the different authorization groups and fields that need to be considered. Yeah. This is on one part of the classification. And here comes the another part of classification. Now that, how do we practically do it? Now, we maintain these classifications, and if it is maintained, and this is quite some work. We just maintain one of it, right? And in an actual industry, in an actual regular day-to-day business, there will be thousands and thousands of these characteristics and thousands, hundreds of classes. And if you surely wanted to maintain them in lower environments and test them thoroughly, and only then.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What type of product data is managed effectively by SAP PLM for process industries? Option A, technical drawings. Option B, formulas and recipes. Option C, mechanical parts. Option D, electrical schematics. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to become a master at managing supplies? Our SAP PLM course for process industries is here to guide you. You can go through it at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into the SAP PLM course for process industries. Think of it as a toolkit for planning things, ensuring we have enough products and getting them where they need to be. Covering everything from the basics to advanced techniques, our course is crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are pros with years of experience in the field. They're dedicated to helping you learn and are ready to tackle any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students rave about how helpful the course is. Just like you, folks have found our course incredibly beneficial. And the best part? It's budget friendly. This fantastic learning opportunity won't break the bank. Ready to level up as a SAP PLM course for process industry experts? Enroll now on our page. And for more details, head over to ZaranTech's website.
Maintain them again, right? As in such, these classifications are very local objects. It need not be it's not a transportable object. It's locally maintained in each system. It can be maintained locally in DA1, development system, quality, test, and also directly in production. But what should we do if I want, from a IT standpoint, I want to only maintain it in a lower environments of development, and I want this to be automatically transferred to quality validation and production. Can I do it? So this has been quite some issue with SAP for some time, and then SAP have come up with this IDOC transfer, ALE distribution between the systems. So you can configure these ALEs for classes, characteristics, and classification completely with object links using these message types. For the if you wanted to transfer only characteristics, then you use the message type CHRMS. You know what is a message type? You know what is an IDOC and what is a message type. But each IDOC would have things like this: IDOC header, a message type, and a document, basic message type. So these are the message types that need to be used. So these message types will be already pre-configured with the fields that need to be captured in the source. So lower environments, let's say development or validation, and the target environments, production, and so where it has to be updated. So these are types of message types that you can use to get the flow of information between, like both characteristics, classes, and classification. CHRMAS for characteristics, CLSMAS for classes, and CLFMAS for classification. And this is the tables behind it, behind all the classifications that you have. Sorry. These are all the tables that are there behind the classifications. It would be good to know this if you wanted to find dependencies, if you wanted to write some custom codes, or if you wanted to develop something using the classifications. These are the backend tables: CABN for the characteristics, CAWN for the values of the characteristics, and the same description tables for both of them, and KLAH for the class headers, KSML for the characteristics of the class, and KLAT for the long test for the class if you maintain a long test there, and the SOR for the keywords, like the one that we maintain now for the keywords. And the same with the restriction class types and the tables and the fields, where we have CAB and Z. And once these are done, these INOB, KSS, OSP. So INOB is a table where it maintains the object types. So we spoke about characteristic being assigned to a class being assigned to an object. So these object type dependencies, the link between the class and the object type, those are maintained in INOB. And after the INOB, if you wanted to see for what each object type, what are the values assigned for the characteristic on each object type, then you could go to KSSK, take the assessment of the object to the class, and then go to OSP and see the assigned values. So KSSK, AUSP, you can see the assigned values. So that's how these tables work. The same ones, if you have dependencies, if you create dependencies like the 3 of the dependencies that we have spoke. So any of those dependencies can be seen in these connections of CUOB, CUKB, CLA, CUEX, and CUKN. So all these dependencies are available in these tables, the connected dependencies. And this is the BAPI Explorer. If you are enhancing any of the existing functionalities using a BAPIs, these are some standard BAPIs that are available, because classification can be excised out of SAP GUI as well in different interfacings, different environments, cloud, web UIs, whatever. So these are some BAPI enhancements that you have for creating a class, deleting a class, removing a structure, so on and so forth. So some of the BAPIs, if someone is already aware of how to develop a BAPI and write code in it, more of a technical ABAP people's task. And there are some custom exits inside we go to the SPRO now. I'll show you there. Some transactions, I tried to collect it together, where it says what is the transaction to create a characteristics, what is the transaction to create a class, and what are the ascend objects to the class, ascend classes to the class, master release of, if you wanted to release classes, and if you want to change ascend values, and where do you find objects in the class, find objects in the class type. Yeah, all of this. You can take this transactions with you, and if you have already existing classes in your client system or the system that you're working with, these are all display transactions, so you can for sure go and view those, especially the assign object transactions or the find object transactions. Then you would get an understanding of, okay, this object is linked to this class and this is how it is used. Don't use the mass release ones. They might not be happy to release all the assignments if they're not, and also not the mass change ones. You can use the CL20N and CL24N, and also you can find objects in classes with CL30N and also objects in the class type with CL31. You can do that both. And some of the reporting functionalities, as I said, we need the reporting at the end. What kind of objects that we are using, what reports that we have. I've tried to capture it. It's more, these things are more for you. You have to get into the system. You can use your system as well. You don't need a server, because with a new server and a new system, you have to configure everything. Creating data is not easy. Creating data without a proper business case, creating data without a proper business transactions happening, you always end up creating some test data or a random data, and you might not be able to find the advantage of it or the things that you have to find. So I suggest you to go through these reportings in your client system. These are just reportings, nothing happens, you just see it. They're view reportings. Yeah. The SPRO on the customizing node. As I said, classification is a cross-functional object. It's a cross-application component. So you go into this cross-application components, and then you would see the classification system here. You can go into the classification system, and then you can have described for classes, characteristics, authorization management. We spoke about authorizations as well, and the tools are customer exits, the bodies that you could have, or the data transfer workbenches between classes, characteristics. So these tools are customer exits and also the bodies. Let's go to the characteristics. So here in the characteristics, you can define default settings. Generally, nothing is defined, but in this is a system that is a test system, let's say sandbox. No configurations would be there, no model company configurations would be there, but you can for sure see in your client systems there would be entries here. There would be there would be defaults that are defined for the characteristics. And for the characteristic groups, you've seen some of the characteristic groups where we said where it can be used. So you can click on valid, no longer valid, or deprecated, depending on which groups you have, and you can create as well new groups with this. You can create new groups with a group name. I call training group. And you can define new groups like this so that it's visible again. Anything of this would need a transport request. Create one for our sake. Then I save it. You can also define the statuses that you have for the characteristics. If you wanted to have more than just in preparation, release, and locked, you can define more. I can also define status is inactive. No, status is active. Save. So I give the third in the tree, saying, okay, what is the status? And you can define the characteristic templates here. We have seen some of the templates where it comes up. So you can see some of the templates here. There are already so many templates here. I don't tend to create one more, but you could see the templates here. What is the format? What is the usage? And what are the template characters? These are all binary symbols that it shows here. And then you can define the templates here. You define the template characteristics there, and you define the templates here, where you could see, okay, let's take a template of the time, and then you could see so this is the template. What is the format being used? What is the internal UOM for the template? And then the template quantity. I mean, for the question that you've asked, Chanakya, before, you might also need to check if there is a template maintained for the characteristic, not only just removing the links, but if there is a template maintained, then the correction need to be on the template rather than on the characteristic. So that is something that you have to check for the UOM. And the same with the classes. With the classes, where you would have the defining the object keys. What are the different object keys that you would have? But this is a cross-country one. That's why it doesn't show. These are the tables that are already there, the standard tables. The reason why I showed you the tables before of what you need to maintain. If you want to maintain something new, you have to maintain those tables here, of which the classification should work. So the object types, the business objects are linked with the tables. Those are linked here. And then object type and the class type. This would be the major configuration here. There are quite some in this. The object types that we already have with the table text. And then the class types. It depends on object type to object type. Let's pick up material class. So the material class and the class types, if you go into that, what are the different class types that can be used for that material table Mara, which is a material class 001, 200 material configurables, 300 variants, and 399 HANA view generations. These view generations are used for analytics, the HANA car analytics part. So this is not a transactional one. And then you can go to 001, the material class, and then you can see what all objects it can be linked to. Here is the one, the DinPro screens that I said, right? Here are the DinPro screens that you need to maintain. What is the screen number for it? What is the table text? What is the books test? And all of these details that you see here that need to be maintained here. And then the class status, as same we saw for the characteristics, classes also have status on levels of what status that you could have in preparation, release, and locked, and organization area if it is defined to. Text types, Yeah, if it is the classification status. So depending on for the class type, for a status, what should it be? Should it be released in one? Should it be locked? Should it say that it's incomplete manual? So different options that you could have here, which steers the validity and the function of the class as in such. This is the customization. This is the configuration that you could do here, and the functions and filters to find this object. What is the functions and filters? If you have more custom ones, you can add. The Fury has its own custom advanced search where you could do, but if you want to find it inside SAP, inside system, then you add here, and then this helps you to filter and also find our objects. And then finally, you maintain the class groups, same as the characteristic groups, you maintain them. And then finally, the user profiles. There is no profile existing, I suppose. There is one SAP profile. So this user profile allows you to show what all fields that you could see and what are all the activities that you could do with respect to classification. So all of them would be defined here with the default values, general settings, what objects can you find, what objects can you find, can you define classes hierarchies, should we display that to them. All these settings would be shown here in this find objects profile. And there is assignment overview as well. You can see profile on what are the user roles that is assigned to. At the moment, no assigned roles, so you couldn't see that. Yeah, is the test lab system or sandbox that you have. So not everything is visible here. And the authorization management, where you maintain the roles. Roles for each of the authorization groups that we defined in the characteristics classes, and all of that will be maintained here in these roles. And these roles can be single roles, composite roles, or a mix of both single and composite roles. This is where it is defined. So these are some of the SPRO configurations and some of the system stuff behind classifications. If you remember, on the first day and the second day as well a bit, we spoke about so many documents that are arising throughout the product development process, didn't we? So right from the ideation, right from the initiation of a new campaign to the end of retirement, you will have humongous number of documents throughout the organization. May it be compliance documents, may it be sale deeds, may it be invoices, may it be just specification requirements, codes, humongous documents, design drawings, texts, whatever. There are humongous number of documents. Now, every organization needs a safe space to store all these documents. Some can obviously be stored in SharePoints, etc. and etc. But if you have an actual business object like material or recipe or a specification, and you wanted to link the documents needed for those to that business objects, it's not enough that you store it in the SharePoint. How can you refer it if you store it in the SharePoint? Not possible, right? And there are also GXP relevant rules. The global GXP X can be replaced with any number and letter. There are different rules with this GXP rules. So the GXP rules needs that your documents are safely stored in somewhere where a third 3-level authorization technique is applied, and people who had required authorizations can only be able to see them. Like a compliance engineer could only see compliance documents, but not regulatory. So on and so forth. And the CAD designer can only be able to see CAD documents, but not legal documents, for example. So all these need to be catered in an office setup or an official environment. So that's where SAP has come up with this concept of document management. This is one good solution in SAP where it manages all the documents through good versioning, alternating, and also good authorization management around this. Yeah, some of the advantages of document management. Yeah, these are some of the advantages of document management, apart from what we actually spoke, where the data exchange is quick and secure, and the search capability of a document is very easy. Now that I wanted to search, if you are in a SharePoint, you only can search if you know the name of the document. Now I have a material like what we saw now, lightning material of, and I wanted to see what is the design of the lightning, how it can actually look like, and where it could be installed, etc. and etc. So how do we do it? How can we search it for the object? So that is possible using document management. So if you link it to an business object, you can search it through the business object, and also reducing access time, workload, routine tasks, blah 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 blah. Yeah, I'm not taking to of those because they're more important things that you wanted to concentrate here. So yeah, now how a document in SAP is created. The document in SAP can be created manually, where you just create the document, which we call DIR, document info record. That's the SAP object. It's called DIR. So a DIR can be created with the metadata directly in the SAP, or it can be scanned through OCR softwares. OCRs is optical recognition softwares. So you can scan the required documents through the OCR softwares, and these get created into SAP by automatically or semi-automated, or it can come through an RFC program from an external content. Like you can external SharePoint, and then through an RFC connection, you can do jobs and automatic creations of the documents depending on the process that you're following there. There are multiple possibilities for the document management integrations. How do you integrate with both external worlds and also internally? How do we create them throughout the process? Do you have any examples of how documents are created in your experience, in your project or outside, or out of all your experiences? Whereas we call object linking. That's what we call it as object linking, where different kinds of objects are linked to the document. For creation of the document itself, how it is created is, there are a couple of transactions, SAP standard transactions, or it can be created through an RFC, IDOC, or it can be OCR scanned and can directly be done, right? Like the engineering change management example that you are saying just now, where you have a Z table where you could upload documents and stuff. This document management is a flexible tool and this is also a cross-functional object that is being used, like classification yesterday what we saw. This is also a cross-functional object that is used throughout all the processes. It doesn't only pertain to PLM, but it is used throughout all the modules of SD, FI, PP, whatever. So it is a cross-functional object. Okay. So when we talk about document management, what are its features? What could we do? What capabilities does it have? So document management can be linked to a classification system. The classification system we saw yesterday. Even in the classification and class and characteristics, you see a tab of document where you could link document. And also vice versa. A classification can be linked to a document where you wanted to add in some more information for such capabilities. Or it can directly come from internet. It can directly be pitched in from internet. And then there would be object links where you can link this document to different objects, different business objects, multiple business objects, wherever the document is needed. Like engineering change record is one example. You can assign it to a material. You can assign it to a change record. You can assign it to a recipe. You can assign it to a specification. There's so many where you can assign the documents to. And all the documents can be managed through a workflow. Workflow is something that you give appropriate people appropriate level of authorizations and also approval capability. So the workflow, it goes through a sequence of people where they say, okay, this document is okay, it can be put in here, this document is not okay, this need to be refined, so on and so forth. So all this workflow can be activated on the document, so it is well intact, maintained and well intact, governed for. And all of these documents, right, the physical documents that are generated, like the PDFs, Word documents, Excels, PPT, so whatever you upload into this DMS container, the container of the DMS, they are stored in content server. Everything needs a server to store documents, right? So everything that is related to DIR, the DMS, are stored in content server. Did you understand what is content server?
Yeah, Rohan.
Yeah, it's not application server of SAP, but it's a content server. It's an external, it could be an external server, or it can be an inbuilt server inside the application server of SAP. There are various possibilities of what the content server can be, or it can be a cloud, it can be maintained by OpenText, the different possibilities of content servers. But as a concept, content server is where all the originals, we call them originals in the document, all the originals are stored. So the central server that we have, it's a good point. Let's talk about this cache server. So what happens in major international companies is they'll have servers hosted in a central location, right? So the servers would be hosted somewhere in Philippines or somewhere in Amsterdam or somewhere. So centrally, the servers are here, and when you're accessing your system or document somewhere in India, the communication time between these servers, the signal to pass from Amsterdam to India is quite some time, right? So what they do, because documents are something which need to be retrieved immediately, they would configure cache servers. They call cache servers. So the cache servers would be based in a region of Asia Pacific or India, and then in US, America and stuff, and but there would be central hub. Okay, so the function of this cache server is it picks up the frequently used documents by you and it stores in for some time. So the cache server should be configured. What is the retrieval and the storage capability of it? How many days it should be cached? Should it be 10 days, 20 days, etc. So depending on this, the advantage of this cache server is faster retrieval. The speed is increased. The speed of retrieval of documents, the speed of usage of it is increased. So that's the advantage of cache server. Many companies use it. Most of the companies use it, let's say. The concept of central and cache server. Thank you that you mentioned it. But the central server again acts as a content server. The content server is the central here, and the cache server is something that you have for the faster retrieval. Good. So that's on the architecture part of how it is, how documents are architected. And if you go into details, of what a document is, what are document types, how does the document type steer on what do we use it for, we see it now. Okay. So what is a document type? A document type is a key that is used to classify the documents. So either the document is used, what is the document used for? What is the purpose of the document? Is it a design document? Is it a accounting document, or is it a compliance document, or is it just some project brief? It can be anything, right? So the document type is used as a key for classifying which kind of document it is. And the document type also steers what are the fields that are visible for each of the document in the header and in the details of what fields are visible for you. What are the screen options that are available for you? So that is what document type steers. And also what are the statuses? So documents does have a status, we call a status schema. So what status schema that a document type would have? So all of this are stayed by document types. Yeah, it's used for differentiating the business transactions, controlling to use control the postings to account types. So yeah, so document type is one of the key object in SAP configuration for the DMSs, for the document management system completely. So everything that is stored as a document originates from the document type. So document type is the main key which configures every single detail of pertaining to that particular document, the DARs. We see it in the system of how do we configure a document type. Yeah, it also would steer on if it would be an internal number range, external number range, alphanumeric, everything of those settings. These are some of the common document types that we have in the system. AB is a general document, CO, controlling posting or DG, credit, customer credit memo, DZ, customer payment, DR, customer invoice, vendor payment, vendor credit memo, so on and so forth. And this is one place where business or the clients would customize a lot, because they would want their own customized documents. They don't want to use the standard ones. The standard ones, maybe they don't need it. They wanted to you customize it a lot, like CAD documents. Like even in the CAD, if it is coming from SolidWorks, they wanted to name it something else. Even if it is coming from CATIA, you want to name it for something else. So depending on where it is coming from and the business needs, they customize the document types furthermore. Once the document type is one which clears the customization, and there is something called document versioning as well. What is document version? Can anyone give me an example of what do you understand by document versioning? What do you think document versioning is? So document versioning. So what exactly is a version? Now you have an initial design. Let's take you have designed the packaging of a toothpaste. So the packaging of the toothpaste is initially designed. You have an initial final version of initial final version. That's a paradox, but the first final version of a packaging that is being sent and that's being approved. And now there is a change to it where they wanted to say they wanted to include more of red color and less of blue color. And now there is a change on it. How do this change gets captured? So then that is when we create the version of it. The same versioning. The versioning helps you to track back to the old ones as well. Same way that it happens in the Excel, Microsoft Word or anything. So the version is something that helps you to cater the complex change process and also maintain the track of what was changed before and what do you have now. So you can compare versions as a standard functionality too. Good, thank you, whoever explained it. And then the version would have a structure. So when you talk about a DAR, the document info record, it has 4 parts to it. So the 4 sections to it. So the document would look like this, right? This is the document number. We call it as document number. So this document number consists of the document type, the document part, and the version. So this all is the primary key. The primary key of you understand by the terminology of primary key, right? Expertise. But yeah, the primary key of a DAR or of a DMS container is document type, part, and version. The combination of all these 3 is document type, document number, document part, and document version. So the combination of all these 4 is the primary key. So when you refer to a DAR or refer to a document, it's important that you specify also what is the document type, what is the document part, and what is the document version. And here we spoke about version and we spoke about document type, but you know about number. Number is it can be external number or internal number, a significant identifier. But what is document part? What does document part do? Why is it the document part? So this document part gives a very good example in discrete industries actually. So what happens is when you have, let's imagine a CAD document coming in, right? A computer aided design document that is coming in. So when you have a CAD document, different departments do different designs. Like if it is coming from mechanical department, they do a mechanical CAD. If it is coming from electrical department where all the connections need to be done, you would have an ECAD, electrical CAD document. And if it is coming from an aesthetic sleek design for the car where experience design do it for aesthetic purposes of placing it, the placement of the different parts in the document. So then it comes as a from the design, the superior design document. So all of this combined of different parts coming from different departments would make the complete drawing complete, right? So when you wanted to design a chassis or an engine, it need to consider all of these aspects. So those would be considered parts. The part one is mechanical, part two is electrical, part three is the expert design, and part four could be sustainability. So these are the parts maintained. So ideally, the definition goes like this, where parts are referring to the same document but different views, right? Different views from different departments. That's where you use the document part. That's why it is also considered. Most of the times you see 000 because not many companies use it, but in discrete industries you see it a lot, like 001, 002. You would also see 20, 30 as well in the document parts because there's so many departments working on it simultaneously, and they would chip in their parts. And at the end, you would have a one final version of it. So then document versioning. So what is document versioning? We already spoke about document versioning, right? But how can this document versioning be done? SAP offers us configurations where this document version can be done automatically or manually, or it can be an increment of a numeric or alphanumeric. So the versioning can need not be only 01, 02, it can be A1, A2, A3. So it can be a numeric increment, it can be alphanumeric increment, and this increments can be done automatically when you create a new version, or you can choose manually of what need to be the next new version number. These are some of the custom configurations that you can do in the SPRO. We will look into it. Yeah, by the standard default value is set 00 for the document versioning. The following three special characters are not supported. Yeah, of course. These are not supported anywhere for the versioning. The automatic version means, yeah, for automatic creations. If the versioning is created automatically, then you would ideally maintain this asterisk. So once the asterisk is maintained, when you're creating a document, it automatically creates a new document. Change number concept, yeah, change number can be used along with versioning so that you would have a validity of when this version is valid, and can also pick up at a particular point in time. That's how we spoke about between Halloween and Christmas. This is the design that is being used. So if you have a change number, you can pick it up and you can see what were the changes that are possible during this period of time. Yeah, that's what being explained. We're not going to web UI because we will go into Fury. let's do it like this. Let me, the learning management portal, the LMS portal that you have, in that you will have document management, right? So there you would have this document with the discussion that we have, and you will have an assessment. This assessment is something that we do end of today, depending on the time that we have, or tomorrow. Okay, and then I'll place here some of the lab activities. Okay, the lab activities will be like this. Let me show you. For DMS, these are customizing activities, which we will go through a bit now. And then there are creational activities and workflows and etc. So that's why I was asking if you already have SAP access, so we would have done together now. But I'll place those lab activities in here. So ideally today and tomorrow, if you get some time to go through those activities and do it by yourself, we can discuss the questions. We can discuss your concerns, like how we discussed today in the morning. That's a good thing. If you try it from yourself, you would also know how to do it stuff, and we can discuss more. You can use the time for discussions and questions. So as many other objects, DMS as well, not many other objects, but as a classification that we spoke yesterday, DMS is also cross application component. So it can be used across the cross applications. So if you go into the cross application components and under document management system, you'll have a bunch of configurations that can be done. So one of the case, let's already talk about one of the cases that we have for the document management, right? So let's say the company has a CAD design. They have a 3D model of a engine, or a 3D model of even the FMCGs. If you talk about FMCGs, the 3D models would be on the packaging of how a packaging should look like, or it can be sealed and so on and so forth. So a 3D model of it, and now you wanted to visualize it inside SAP, how it looks, not only in the CAD tools, but also inside SAP. So there is a key concept called visualization enterprise. This is a little costly to have the license of Visual Enterprise and also to install it. We might not be covering that practical part of the Visual Enterprise, but I can always tell you the theory, and I can explain you the business scenarios of where do we use it. So the Visual Enterprise here is one of the key things that helps designers to see what exactly it looks like. Now let's say I have a product developer, right? The product developer receives the campaign idea that was selected by some commercial officer, right? The commercial doesn't have any clue of what are the details, technical details in it, what are the design details in it. So they just come up with the requirement from the top management saying that, okay, let's reduce the packaging PCR content from 40% to 30%, right? So they just say 10% reduction, but you don't know how exactly it looks. There might be specific property tree elements of attributes saying that, okay, the PCR content is 40, okay, the plastic content is this much. So all of this are there in the property trees. But for the designer, for the product developer, it may be hard to know how it exactly looks. How can I modify this? Can I modify the packaging? Can I have the dimensions of length, breadth, area, the proportions between the tangential difference between the top and bottom? They need to know all of these design parameters as well to see what can they modify. Can they come up with a new design to cater it? So that's where the visualization plays a major role. So the visual enterprise generator and the visual enterprise viewer, the file that is coming from the 3D CAD could pick it up and could show it inside SAP as a screen saying that, okay, now that you're touching this part, so this part pertains to this particular end of it. Now, when you have a recipe, And when you see the packaging of the recipe, so the packaging, when you hover through it, you could see, okay, this particular corner or this particular where the cap or the lid is fixed, this has these many grooves to it, right? Details of small things. When you hover to that particular part or material, it would highlight as well in the visual enterprise generator. So this is one of the very advanced use case of document management. So for this, you need to configure all the document types, you need to configure the control fields, you need to configure the statuses, you need to configure the visual enterprise viewer, you need to configure the distribution, you need to configure how the originals are converted, if the originals stay as the same or it should be converted to PDF or anything. So all these need to be done. Okay, let's start with the configurations of the document management in the SPRO. So what do we have here? So we have the control data to start with. So in the control data, in the control data, you'll have all the control parameters for the document, like the roles, revision levels, document types, number ranges, the accessibility of personal data, that's a GDPR one. How do we activate enhanced document search? If we wanted to maintain any roles, all of those control data. And the second part you have is the general data. So general data is more linked to creating the workstation applications, creating profiles. If you want to define any laboratory offices, if you wanted to maintain any CAD systems that are interacting with the DMS, if you wanted to maintain any data carriers and the storage systems, the content servers, both the cache servers and also the content server, all of this is maintained in this storage systems. And markups, if you use markups, yes, those. And then if you have any business add-ins, then the business add-ins, the baddies, that's on the general data. And the third is the integration with SAP Document Center. So SAP Document Center is a cloud solution of SAP. It sits in SAP Cloud or EPD as well, Enterprise Product Development. Since SAP Document Center, it's also an SAP tool, but there is no direct integration because the settings that we see is on the on-prem S4 system. And SAP Document Center is a cloud solution by itself where it wanted to interact with the S4 system and wanted to fetch in documents and vice versa, where they wanted to check in documents from Document Center into the S4, right? So those integrations can be maintained here. What could be the profile settings, if there are any business add-ins to have this SAP Document Center activated. And the next is document distribution. So document distribution as a concept is different. We will see, I have some theory on the document distribution of how it works. It's very rarely used in the FMCG industry, on the process industry for sure, but in FMCG's document distribution is not very rampantly used because it has its complexities. It has its technical metal that you need to know to have a document distribution. So yeah, we will go through the theory of the document distribution, what it is. And also conversion of the original application files. So originals are something that you upload. It can be a DWG file, like a CAD document directly. It can be a PPT, it can be a Excel, it can be Word document. It can be various of these formats, right? But what you wanted to have is an unmodifiable format, which is mostly PDF. So if you wanted to convert those originals of DWG, PPT, Word document, and Excels into a PDF, this is where you maintain this settings, where the conversion of original application files, the originals that are uploaded into the DMS container can be converted using this function, conversion of original application files. That's where you maintain all the settings for the conversions. And then the visual enterprise generator and viewer. This is what we spoke about. There's so much of it because this is a new innovative tool from SAP that you could do in Visual BEG, but it has a separate license and has to be separately activated. This doesn't come with the standard license offering. But quite powerful at the moment. And then Visual Enterprise Viewer. You don't need generator for everyone because generator is costly. You can just give a viewer access to some people, and you would say what are the different dynamic viewing options that you would have from the VEG. And then the approval flow. So in the approval flow, where approval flow can be activated, like we said, right? Every document need to go through some approvals. A junior design engineer can just do the drawing and just create the design, but it has to be approved by a senior engineer. It has to be approved by department lead. It has to be approved by a director or someone. So all these approval flows can be maintained in a document, and that's we can customize and configure it here in the approval flow. This also gives us an advantage of digital signaturing. So what is a digital signature? So digital signature is a system signature that can be put in the document on behalf of your part. It can take in the picture of your signature. You can take a picture of your signature and upload it, or it would take the SAP user ID with your first name and last name along with the timestamp of when this is done. So that is digitally signatured. Because system does it automatically, it's very high or very less chance that you would be able to manipulate it. So that's the digital signatures. The digital signatures can be maintained and accepted by various different companies as well. And if you wanted to define a signature strategy of how it should be, you can define it here as well on the approvals. And then the messages. These messages are for sending in iDocs or sending in an output to printers, external printers. If you have some documents that are being done in the PLM, and if you want to send this to an external printers in the warehouse, saying that, okay, at this moment of stock, if this point of stock movement, you have to print this document of dangerous goods or hazardous goods. And these are the messages that you could maintain. The messages are not the text messages or WhatsApp messages that we would write. Here, messages means communications. In SAP terminology, messages means communications. Communication with external systems or communication with internal systems, or printers mostly, physical printers. So all of these are messages. The communication is the messages, not just the SMS or the WhatsApp text that we write. Those things can be maintained in the messages. And again, the data transfer. This is for migrating documents from legacy to ECC to S4 kind of. And then some additional settings for the simplifications where you could maintain some object type mappings, and there are some baddies for attachment services, handling, authorization, determination of persistence. So these are some of the baddies that are there. So these are mainly the configuration main trees, the level 1 trees of DMS. We go into level 2 as well in detail of few of these. It can be either done in the GUI that we have here or with this app called Manage Documents. I think it's still loading. So here, this is the initial screen where you would create. You can copy it from an existing document or create a new one. You can create a new one. Let's take any document type. Let's take a CAD. Yeah, let's take an engineering drawing, DRW. And I have the part 000, the version 01. Let's start with 00. Then I click on enter. This is an internal number range, so I did not give a number. If it is an external number range, I might as well give a number for the document.
Okay.
And here it will be like this. Like, what should we name this? This is for training. Let's go. One. Let's go Zara. Okay, I'll keep it as one. So if you wanted to create more, we can create more. Yeah. So you give the description, that's mandatory. Chain number optional, authorization optional, and lab office. If you want to create any lab offices, you can create. If there is any laboratory or the office that is this document is referring to, you can assign it. Since we are creating a DRW, it's an engineering document, ideally belongs to some lab. So I give a lab. And I might as well save this now, and I could enhance it now. And then the log field, I gave initial creation. I'll show you what is this log field. Where do you see that?
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which SAP module is closely integrated with SAP PLM for process industries? Option A, SAP ERP. Option B, SAP CRM. Option C, SAP SCM. Option D, SAP HANA. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to become a master at managing supplies? Our SAP PLM course for process industries is here to guide you. You can go through it at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into the SAP PLM course for process industries. Think of it as a toolkit for planning things, ensuring we have enough products and getting them where they need to be. Covering everything from the basics to advanced techniques, our course is crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are pros with years of experience in the field. They're dedicated to helping you learn and are ready to tackle any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students rave about how helpful the course is. Just like you, folks have found our course incredibly beneficial. And the best part? It's budget friendly. This fantastic learning opportunity won't break the bank. Ready to level up as a SAP PLM course for process industry experts? Enroll now on our page. And for more details, head over to ZaranTech's website.
So this document is created. Now we enhance it. Now enrich it, right? So you have a standard description in English. You don't have any object links. Neither you have any originals, right? So first what I do, I'll upload an original to it. Either you can create an original here with template, or you can upload it from your desktop. Okay. So I go to downloads. I upload this GUI file. Okay. Then I will remember my decision. Love. And I have the PDF here. Right? And then what I do, there is this concept called check-in and check-out. So checking in means you're checking in into the content server. You remember when we spoke about this cache and central servers? Someone have mentioned it. So when you check in a document, that is actually stored in the central server. Unless and until you check in, it is still hovering around in the cache server, and it might not be accessible for someone who is sitting in Americas. right? If you check it, if without you checking it in here in India, if you want someone to get it accessed in Americas, you have to really check it into the server. So I check in the original into the content server. I can choose what type of storage category do I want. There would be different types of storage categories. I select the standard one, and then I checked in. You see the button changes here. It becomes locked. Earlier it was unlocked.
Yeah.
Now it becomes locked. And now you save this. It's saved. So now even you can see the original. Earlier it's only me who could see that. Now anyone can see it. If you double click on that, allow, and then we could see it. Yeah. And let's do one more small things. Like yesterday, we have created the class, right? Let's assign the document class here. The class that we created yesterday was maintain store. It says it's not like does not exist for class type 116 17. Did we not create it for 17 as well yesterday? So now it is available for 17. I give up 17. And then I select the color here as a green. Now I have assigned the classification for this, right? So here is where you assign the classification, and now you have the material, right? We have a material that we saw just before. I wanted to have this this document linked to that material. I go to material master tab in the object links and give that material 1709 additional lightning, and I have the link to the material master. So I save this. So now I go to the material master. Now I found the material. I know the material. I go to the material. Then I go here and then see what are the document data that I have. What are different documents assigned to my material. Then I would see, oh, there is this document linked to it. So what does this document does? I can go into it. I can directly see the original. You need not go into the document. You can directly see the original by clicking on that button, and then you see the original that is attached to it. Or you can go into the document and view more like this. Right? Do you see the advantage of how connected it is between the systems? And if it is released, it says not released. The status is not released yet, which we could see. And here it's still in work request. Now I would change it in work. I save it in work. The log comment, the original uploaded. Yeah, original uploaded. I say yeah, and I change it to in work. Document status is in work now, and I save this. And then I go in again, and then I change. Now let's say it is inspection required or change request. If I can create a change request already, I say I'll create a change request. I save it. and I go in again, and then I say, okay, change is requested, and it's in work. I is rework. We have to see how is the status schema defined for this. I don't know. Now, all of these changes that you did can be seen in the status log. So you could see from in work, it has become from work request, it has become to in work. What did I do? The log field original uploaded. So from in work, I did to change request. I did not give any log field. And change request to in work again, saying that it's rework. So all the status log can be seen here. All the status log. So let's see the same how it is created in Fury. Right. So Fury is the ability of it. So in Fury, all these documents are managed through an app called Manage Document. So Manage Documents is the app that manages all these documents. So let's see if we already have any documents created. The screen looks like this. If you click on Go, and let's see if there is any document created, or else we will create one. Yeah. So this is the one that we created just now. You remember the number? Now I want to see how it looks. I click on that, and now I try to see. Okay, this is the document type, version, number. It's not created from CAD. If it is created from CAD, here generally the CAD indicator would be on. It has to be integrated with CAD to create it. And the document data, what are the different document data that we have here for this? And then the object links, the material that is assigned to it, and document versioning. How to launch a Fury screen? I mean, you will have a URL generally that you could use for the Fury, or you can go to your standard SAP GUI, and you can go to your standard SAP GUI, and there is this transaction code that you could use. Yeah, /UI2/FLP. And then you have the attachment. Here you can add from cloud, upload. Quite some options here. I really would have liked someone creating this. Let's do it like this. I will ping the URL in the chat. Let's see if you could access the URL. Can anyone try accessing the URL?
Yeah, I'm trying. Just give me a second.
It might give a. So the Fury screens is mainly what we focus, because S4 is Fury, right? So we can concentrate more on the Fury screens, and at least if you couldn't manage UI, we could utilize the Fury screens. You can add this app to your Fury screen if you want. You can search always in the app finder. If you go to app finder there, yeah. You can search in the catalog for manage documents. It's just there down. Let it down. Yeah, and there you see the manage document app, the tick mark. Oh, you clicked on it. Okay. So there is this app. Anything in let's say Fury starts with manage. So manage manages both create, change, and display. So everything would be in a central app called manage. So manage characteristics. We have manage characteristics. Last characteristic, did I use something? Yeah, so the last characteristics that I've created, you have this option here, additional one, color Zara. It comes here like this. And I see it. I see it here. the Zara one, what I can do is characteristic. I edit. I can. What can I do is I can copy maybe. Hey. Okay, now I create another characteristic for color underscore fury underscore Zara. Yeah, I create this and then color char for fury. Then I set the character type. Values and description if you want to enter Espanol color. I have this, and then I save all of this. Now I can see it. Yeah, it works pretty good. Do you want to try creating it? Do you want to try creating a characteristics and a class and try assigning it to an object?
Yes, I'm already creating it.
Yeah.
You want me to share my screen?
Yeah, sure, if you want to.
Yeah,
or if everyone wants to create and we can talk as well. You're really searching your service request, huh? How do you want it to change the unit of measure?
Yeah, it's like for both. This is the thing. After that, we need to description. Yeah, this is correct.
Numeric. For numeric, it's maximum is allowed 15.
Yes, that's correct. I just want I had given it like that. Just let me see the test characteristics. Okay, description, values. Don't want to give any values here.
Yeah.
Additional data.
Yeah, you have to give some values for sure. If it's good to give any values, or if you can leave it blank. Like yesterday, someone was asking if I wanted to enter my own number or something.
Yes, for that's fine. Let's go in this way. Other values check. Function module.
But you need to define a function module for this. I don't think you have
Let's
some
check what are the
function
function modules available. There are some standard ones already, right?
Yeah, but I'm not sure with this test box system. We saw this basic screen where you could enter all the data. This is SAP GUI 770, different version of the GUI, but yeah. And this is the status management. This is the status network management. Like we saw in process, in work to release, change request, and etc. So this is how it is managed. We will try to create a status network now in some time. But yeah, you can have unlimited number of statuses. It captures the change date, time, and the user, and what is the function of it. If it is released, locked, or rejected, you'll have all of this. Object links, we have already did it. The storage areas. I don't know how much you understood when you're reading through the slides, but there are two types of storage areas SAP conventional recommends. One is in the SAP database, which SAP is not a big fan of recommending it, and as an external content server. Many of the companies use external content server. The reason for using external content servers is you can access it even without an SAP environment, right? If you have a cloud, a content server, that is hosted in your own company's uh, infrastructure, then you have the whole of it. You would have the information confidentiality retained in your own workspace. So content server, the external content server is one key thing that SAP recommends for most of the things. And we have spoke about check-in and check-out details, checking in into the content server and checking it out. Same with S4. And for you to have a little more information on who downloads the content server, who will have this connection between content server and knowledge provider, this is the task that is done by Basis team. So SAP Basis would have a technical access of installing this content server, linking it through the KPro, and you will be able to access it. It's already done in the systems that we have now for the training. So we can just access it. So the architecture of how it can be, like, yeah, we will talk about the file path, but how an architecture of the DMS looks like. So it's always suggested for the clients to have an external content server or SAP content external server where you could have this MaxDB used as in a repository software to save it. And then from SAP GUI side, the user checks in into application server. From application server, you check in into the content server. So this is a best practice architecture. Many do it on the SAP database as well when they don't have a huge number of documents for the company, but it's very rare that people do it on the SAP database. But external content servers are something that is highly recommended. So it is kept separately from metadata to the originals. And this is a typical process flow for managed documents. Try to capture it. The picture is a little crumbled. Hope you could still see it. This is on the PLM side where the design engineer gives the document, search for the document, and as a document is found, then he maintains the object links, maintains the attachments, and propose the classifications, and then release the document. We did all of this flow, if you remember. And we also have created a new version of the document, and then maintain the object links, and then you go to the classification, upload the original, and then release it. So this is a typical design engineer flow. That what we did. We take it sequentially, and when we come to the path, I'll show you the paths of how do we maintain, where do we maintain, and stuff. Okay, first we start with the control data. We have seen the outer, and we go into details of it. So yeah, this is not a big thing. It's done. This function is not active. It's a very customized one. Oi, it's completely wrong. It's a kind of customization that you do. No, not many uses it. None I know have used it, at least. And then first we start with the number ranges for the documents. So we can see what are the already available number ranges. One is from 1 to 99,000, 999,000, and it's an external number range. The 02 is an internal number range. And this is the current number. This is the number that we have created recently, if you remember. And 3 is as well is an internal number range, which is ranging from the big numbers. And the 4 is again an external number range ranging in between these two. Why this is important to remember what is the number range number, because we define it later in the document types. And then we go into define DMS document type. In the DMS document type, Yeah, here is where the major configuration is done. The major level of configurations and all the things that the screen fields and the statuses and the number ranges and classification tabs, all of these are activated here in the screen. We can take the DRW one, that is the one that I've created, let's say, and then we can go into the detail and I'll show you details. So the document type DRW, the document type description, we have the document type description. And then if you want to use KPro, yeah, we use KPro. Status change automatically if we don't need. Revision level assignment. And this is this has both internal number range and external number range. You can use both. And version increment, if you want to have version increment, numerical version or numerical numbers or no version numbering or an alphanumeric, or if you want to use it in user exit, you can choose. This is where the versioning increased. In the version sequence, if you wanted to have any sequence like 00 entered, I'm not entering it because it's the standard one, you can do that. And if you want to defaultly assign any class, by default, if you want to have something available on the class, then you can do that already. Here, if this gets defaultly assigned, likewise to maintain it, this would be defaultly assigned to the class if you want to have it. That is there, and the default application as well. If you create a original in the document, what is the default application? If you want, it generally picks up what you have uploaded. But if you want any default one coming from an interface or something, you can already have AutoCAD or something defined. We don't do it at the moment. The default workstation application. What is the workstation application that is used defaultly to open the DMS original that is existing? Workstation application is in your laptop. What is the default application it uses to open it? You can define it if you want, or else it picks up dynamically. And then you have the change document, which captures all the changes, the change document, change logs, and the archiving authorization is needed, version arrangement is needed. We don't use ACM. It's an active control mechanism for authorizations. Yeah, display object links. You can click on display object links. Configuration management relevant. We don't use configuration management as in configuration management, so we don't need to take it. Number assignment. Internal or external assignment, only internal number, external number. If you don't mention anything, it takes anything. So I'll take internal or external number, which is blank. So that's why it has both. Enter. And then here you have on this side field selections. You see the field selections. So here you can see what need to be there. Either it can be suppressed, displayed, optional, and a required entry. So depending on what field selections you choose here, the system would force you to do that. Now let's say for user, I take it as required entry. So every time you get into the screen, the system doesn't allow you to go out until and unless you enter the user. Here document status will be there. This is on the document type, the different configurations that you could do. I save this into RTR. Good. And then language type dependent descriptions. You would have different languages here. Unfortunately, there is no in much of Indian languages like Tamil, Telugu, Kannada and stuff, but you will have Russian, Arabic, Hebrew, Czech, others languages. What is it called? It's defaultly maintained by SAP, all of the different languages, even including Vietnamese. And then we can go to the document statuses. So this document status is something that steers, right? We have seen a picture before, like how it is in the document, like this, right? So this is what is defined here in the in the document management here. So this is how it is defined. You can okay. But here you can define on what statuses you need and how it looks. So you will have the status description and the document status, and then you can check what are the check objects that you need. Does it need to check objects? It's release indicator. Release indicator is only FR. And does it mean it's change completed? You can click on change completed. And this mean content version. Content version would be in the in process mostly. Yeah, in work. That will be the content version. Click on all of this. These statuses come in sequence. Nothing is parallel here. And here you would have, this is the primary status, different types of statuses, primary status, initial status, temporary, original processing status, lock status, archive status, yeah, so on and so forth, like this. And then the object links. So for each of the document type that you have, you can define what kind of object links that you wanted to have. Should it only have an object links of customer, material master? You can define, and how many as well. If one document can have n of them, or it is one-to-one, so you can define all of those. What is the value object behind it? It's the table that you say. What is when you say value object? So you can define all of that here. What are the object links that you could have for the document, right? If you see here in the document, you would have numerous object links, like all of this that you see here. So these all can be maintained here in this configuration here. What is the objects that you need? And then you can define transport for originals for ALE. This is for only for ALE. We spoke about ALE yesterday, where it wanted to, if we wanted to transfer it between the landscape of SAP from development to quality, quality to production, so on and so forth. So those can be defined here, like a type. Oh, sorry. Like if you have already something, then you can define it here, saying new entries, and then I select. Yeah, there is nothing data carrier defined. SAP system database. You need to have a landscape. They don't have a landscape. This is a training system, you know. They don't have a landscape of development, quality, test, and stuff. If we have it, you would get those options and you would define it here. Yeah, and then the lock fields. If you wanted to lock some fields like lab office and deletion indicators and stuff, they would, no one others can use it. Then you would maintain this here with the lock fields and the authorization groups. What are the different authorization groups needed for different document types? Because this, as I said, right, some of the documents are confidential and shouldn't be accessed by everyone. So those authorization for those document types, the authorization groups are defined here, and people should be given the authorization group as well as part of their access separately. If they have to see this document or not, depends on if they had to see this document or not. And then maintain object link description. So each of the object links will have different descriptions in language. Hindi is there, of course. Hindi is there. And then document type descriptions as well. The document status descriptions as well. Different descriptions of the documents. And this is as well the maintain screen objects for object links. So these numbers are the WebDin Pro screens or the Fiori screens that you would have. These need to be defined. Once these are defined, you would assign them in the object links here in the DMS. So here it would come automatically. The screen is very important because this screen defines of what you see here. What is this? Yeah. So here, that screen that you define there is what you see here. Like for material master, you would see material description, material component, you would see network act item material. These are the screens that you define here in here. The screen numbers. So these screens should be defined already in the WebDyn Pro backend, the screen painter, to have it displayed like this, or else how does it know? If you wanted to assign a maintenance order, then it should have a screen of maintenance order where it should be able to search a maintenance order. Same with material master, same with network. So these are the field names that are defined for each of the keys. Like let's take one of it. The search helps, let's say. I'm seeing for the material. So the Matner. So what are the fields that needs for the classifiable objects here? For Mara, it's only Matner. So you only see material number here, material master. That's why you only see material number, because it's only maintained Matner, the material one. And for Mars C, it's maintained material number with works as a plan. So you would have somewhere being Mars C being used. One of these tabs, maybe. Yeah, plant material. So here you would have material and plant. So these fields are maintained here. So what fields need to be visible? The field names should be maintained here. So these classifiable objects, once maintained with the field names, these objects are assigned here. It should be upside down. Just first you maintain the key fields, and then you maintain the object links, and then you define the document type where you refer the screen number into the document type. And then the revision levels, you can maintain how many times of revisions you want. Revision is different from versioning. Version is when it is created with a new change. Revision is when you are revising the existing one and seeing if it is valid up to date. So revision is different from version. So if you wanted to use revisions and if you wanted to maintain revisions, you maintain it here. Yeah. And then role maintenance, we don't go into it. It's just the basis, SAP basis role maintenance, AppSec. And the activated enhanced document search by attributes of the original as well. It takes in the index searches. If you click on this, the attributes of the original, I save it. We generally have it so that you can search with the attributes of the original, like the original name. If you give some of the attributes that you are entering the original, it can be searched with those as well. So the why it is maintained as a separate search here for the originals is the moment you activate this, the index searching would be triggered in. So as the index searching would be highlighted, and you would search the documents using index searching. So for activating that service, this is needed. And activate documents and ACL. Yeah, this is for the access control in the web UI. If you wanted to do it, we generally don't do it. We do all the configuration here and here. That's on the control data. Let's take the general data as well. We go through it, the important ones on this. You maintain the global settings, which generally is not needed if you have a DVA user, central users and passwords, where you have a client where you need to log into. Those would be maintained here. I've never seen anyone using this. And the data carrier. A data carrier is one thing that carries you to the content server. How it is done? Is it online or archiving? So the data carriers have 3 types. One is for archive, one is for the vault, and one is for the server and front end. So the main archive is by default defined, the archives. How do you archive a file? And the vault, it depends if you use the vault mechanism or if you use the kpro and use as a content server with the kpro or vault. It's either and or, so you cannot use both vault and kpro. So, but we always use kpro. Kpro is more safer and secure technology to use. But the data carrier on the front end, this is something that you could use. So now let's say if you have this document, right? Now you have the document. Now you have the original here. Now I wanted to download this. So how do I do this? How do I download this? Where it does get downloaded? I copy to, and then I can choose where it's want to download, right? But if I just wanted to have it automatically downloaded, so that's where I maintain this path here to where it should get downloaded, the path, the description, and if you want to get it downloaded to a CAD system, you can also maintain the CAD system. But the default front end, where the document gets opened and where the document gets downloaded, so that's where you maintain this description path here. You can also further define the files and the folders depending on each data carrier. Now here we had only one data carrier, that is TX default for everything. You can add one for CAD, one for internet, one for the MS Office. You can define different data carrier types here, and all those data carrier types can be listed here as well, like PC, tablet, mobile, all of those can be defined here. And then that can be added in. And identifying the front-end computer, it's by default the local PC that it picks up. In the same way, the data carrier for external DMS, where external DMS I mean is an external source of a cloud or an external database. All of those carrier types can also be maintained here, and we can define the mounting points accordingly for that. Okay, and this is where it comes to storage category, right? So someone mentioned about earlier where we define the content repository and where we define the paths of where it should be, right? So this is where we define the paths of it. If we go down with the default one, I show you the default one, the DMS. You would have so many content repositories or in the places in the content repository that you could use. So we can take this, and then you go in, and here is the physical path that you maintain. Okay, so here is where for each of the content repository, you could maintain what is the content table, where it is stored, and the physical path of where it is stored. Now, let's say you see here multiple content repositories. Sometimes the same content repository, I don't know if you would have the same content repository in this because this is a test system, but actual production systems might have, we can take this maybe, yeah, might have the same content repository, but different paths. That's where, I don't remember who mentioned it earlier, where you change the physical path, right? Where you change the physical path of where it is stored. It depends on the content table, where it is, and the path gets changed accordingly. Let's take the default one. So this is where you have to change the path, physical path of where it depends on the content table, how it is defined. This content table information, you get it from the basis. And then you can, this path gets changed. Is it a document area? You can choose as well what kind of area in the content repository are you using. Is it an accelerator services? Is it a document area or an audit or dynamic storage? or SAP records, you can choose what is the area that you're, and if it is where it should be stored, SAP system database, HTTP content server, or the LMDB storage or secure storage. So depending on what type of content servers you have, you can choose between them. Generally, it would be HTTP content server. I put this because this is an external one. And then you choose document management systems. And here you would need to give the server name and the server script. I don't have any at the moment. And then the physical path gets generated. These are the changes, and you can also maintain the content servers through CS admin, where you could see all the default information of it. I'm not saving this, just not to screw up. Yeah. I'll check if the test system is capable of it, and then I can show, or else we will see. So what is engineering change management? I mean, I heard that from this couple of days that I understood that all of you have somewhere or the other worked with engineering changes, or if you have some understanding of what an engineering change management is. Do you wanted to add anything more to this? Do you wanted to add from your experiences of what you have seen engineering change records or engineering change management in different projects or in your current project? Do you want to give me any examples of when did you see these changes? How did you see these changes? The changes that are done here pertain to the how a product is produced, let's say. So now we talk about the same examples that we were talking for a couple of days. Take a product that we wanted to change an existing lace packet, right? You wanted to have a Halloween or a Christmas edition. So that's a change. This change needs change on the packaging, on the change on the contents of the, maybe change on the ingredients. Like for Christmas, they might add some cinnamon topping on the chips. And for Halloween, they might add some orange topping on the chips, for example, right? All of these changes needs actual change in the product development, right? Either it can be change on the packaging, either it can be change on the ingredient list, either it can be change on the allergens, it can be change on any of these parameters around, which actually triggers the engineering process of it, right? What is engineering? Any development or any change that actually interferes with the product itself, right? So in an organization, if you talk about, there could be many changes. There could be organization change, there could be cost change, there could be so on, many changes. But engineering change is the only change that is handled through the supply chain process or through the PLM, which starts with the PLM process. Is it, does it give more understanding now? Why do we call it as engineering change? And when we talk about big companies, right? So these changes, everything is an engineering change. But how do they differentiate between bigger changes to smaller changes? How can we actually cater this? Taking an example of the same, of having a different edition for Halloween and having a different edition for Christmas, these are very small changes, right? These are not big changes. These are not disruptive ideas. So these changes might need only the change on the packaging most of the times, but the ingredient inside, the content inside remains the same. So all the organizations, the major of the process organizations, divide these changes into three types, right? The first type is called a maxi change. And the second type is called a midi change. And the third one is a mini change. Okay, so if you guys remember this concept of FFF that we discussed in the first day or the second. So the concept of FFF is form, fit, and function. So these form, fit, and function drives what kind of change is needed in the life cycle. So now let's say the form and fit and function, both three of them are changing, all three of them are changing, then it is for sure a maxi change. It's a bigger change. The change needs certain level of approval, certain level of compliance holders, it's a complete new process start. Like it's not an existing product, it's a new innovative or disruptive idea where it needs the complete change of the forms, complete change of the approvals, complete change of the compliances, everything. To give you an example, now let's say when pandemic have hit, when COVID have hit, many of the process industries doesn't have there's so many players that are come into place, right? For manufacturing of the sanitizers, manufacturing of the face masks, all of this. This is a new product for them. They do not have it before, but their machinery and the contents that they have would help them to produce this, because that is the need for them. Then many of the process industries, people were struggling to do their daily life, and they might not need fancy products to buy, and what they need instead is face masks and the sanitary lotions, what we call alcohol gels. Many companies have switched their production into this. So this is a maxi change, right? This is a new product that is coming in. They did not have produced before, and they don't have any reference ones. The form, fit, and function, the three of these are changing for them. So this ideally classifies as a maxi function. Are you with me now? Are you getting what I'm saying? Does it make sense? So on a practical note as well, all of these changes are defined depending on what kind of change you have in the organization, the engineering record type, or the engineering record or the engineering change management process would be modulated, right? So same example of the maxi change. Let's say you're all available aware of this dairy milk silk, right? This chocolate dairy milk silk. Now the dairy milk silk, when it has first come some years ago, I remember 10 years or 12 years ago, at least maybe 10 years ago, when it has first come, you only have the traditional dairy milk. Dairy milk silk is a new concept. It is bigger. It has different ingredients than actual dairy milk. If you see the contents on the labels of it, the actual conventional dairy milk and dairy milk silk have different ingredients. So the fit is different. The form of how it is done is different. You would have bubbles. You would have bubbles or the elevations that are there, and the function is different. It is targeting a different set of audience too. This is a complete new innovative product that has come from Nestle. So a complete new innovative product on the dairy milk silk that has been launched 10 years ago, which is going into the market. And now, once this is there, what they thought, they would include more flavors into it. You would get dairy milk silk with strawberry. You would get dairy milk silk with white chocolate. You would get dairy milk silk with nuts. So these are different variants, right? Here, the form of it is remaining the same. The fit may change a bit depending on how much size it is and how it is produced. The packaging might change a bit, the fit changes a bit, and the function completely changes because it is targeting different people. And this is a MIDI change, right? You're taking an existing one and you're doing minute changes on it. So either one of them is changing, either the form, either the fit, or either the function. One of this is changing. So then this is ideally considered as a MIDI change, right? So there is an existing product and you would do some refabrications on it, or you do some engineering fine tuning on it, or if you do some cost reductions. So there would be cost reduction activities a lot in the company. For the same product, you wanted to reduce cost of production, you wanted to reduce the cost of packaging. So many changes on this. So you add some alternative components into the ingoing recipe, more sustainable ones. So these are all MIDI changes. So a company would have a lot of MIDI changes. And finally, the mini changes. The mini changes would be very, very, where the end customer doesn't even notice the change in how it is. They don't even notice the change. So the changes could not be in the taste. It could be like if you take the same dairy milk concept and you would get small chocolates into a packed into a casket, right? So maybe each of the small one would be wrapped in plastic. What the company decided to cut down on the plastic and also save cost. So at the end, you would have the same packaging, you would have the same taste, the ingredients are not changed, but maybe only the plastic is removed. That doesn't give a big change to the consumer, right? The consumer sees the original packaging the same and the taste the same, ingredients being the same. This is the mini change where there are minute changes. So if you take a company, the share of major process industries where the share between maxi, midi, and mini is, maxi would be like 20%. Companies would not take more than 20-25% of maxi changes. And the midi would be the major ones, which may come from 40 to 60%. It would yield to 40 to 60%. And the remaining would be mini, where the fine tuning and fine refinements are done. Many companies have different technologies of using it, but this is one of the more prominent process industry stream. The bifurcations of how an engineering change is taken and what kind of engineering changes are there. Does it make it more clear? Are you able to understand the concept of FFF and Maxi, MIDI, and Mini? And the second status would be like this. Now you would have different departments working with this, right? Packaging, you would have direct materials department, you would have recipe developers, you would have product formulators. So there are ideally typically 4 or 5 departments working through it, right? So each one of them should receive a notification that this product needs the change. So now we wanted to know what are the affected objects from your department for this product that need to be changed, so that we wanted to attend this. Taking the example of having a Halloween edition or a Christmas edition for the product. So the changes that need to be done on a direct material or a direct material department, material development department, and the changes that are needed from a packaging department, and the changes that are needed from costing, the changes that are needed from graphic design. So each of them should receive a task saying that, okay, now this is the project brief. We are trying to create a Halloween edition, and we wanted to know what would be the affected objects from your department. Can you please add it to the engineering record? A notification for them to add these in the engineering record should be sent out. And that's where we use the process rules to send these notifications, right? So ideally what we do is companies would have a set process flow for the engineering record or the engineering change, how it should flow through it. For each of the types, for Maxi, they would have a set process flow of how should it go. For Mini, they would have a set process flow of how should it go, and Mini as well. Ideally, with the names, Maxi would take the maximum number of time for the NPD or NPI, the new product introduction, and MIDI might not take that much time as it takes for Maxi, and Mini would take the most least time, should ideally take the most least time, let's say. So depending on what kind of change you trigger, the process flows are set up. In addition to these three, companies also would have another change called phase out. So where they wanted to phase out certain products, where they wanted to phase out certain articles. So that also is a very important thing that need to go through the engineering change, right? When you're phasing out, when you're discontinuing certain product that is there, how do we actually do it? That is also one of the change. What are the different factors that need to be considered? That discontinuation process would also initiate from the engineering change records or engineering change management. Yeah, on SAP, now we spoke all about business and stuff. On the SAP front, so engineering change management is a central logistic function. Classification and document management are cross-application functions. They can be used in any modules, but engineering change management, it can be used only in logistic functions. When we mean logistic functions, it's a PLM object, has a repository ownership, but you can already link all the logistic objects like transport lanes, you can link bombs, you can link tasks, you can link documents, you can link specifications, you can link product variants, you can link IPP objects. So all of the logistic objects can be linked in an engineering change. Apart from the logistic objects like costing bombs, all of this cannot be linked because engineering change refers to logistics. Yeah, so here it is still talking about ECR and ECO, which is an outdated concept at the moment. But no matter ECR, ECO, ER, or CR, everything would have a change number. So this change number is the one that states the validity of the engineering change that we would bring in. So from when to when is this valid? From when to when the change that we are getting is valid. Sometimes it's only enough that you would have the start, you need not have the end finish date, but the validity of the change would be bring by change master. You might see change master as well is a cross-function object. It can be used anywhere. Change master is used many places, not only logistics, but it can be used in many other places. So it's a different object altogether. So change master itself is a different object. It's a simple object where it carries few of the effectivities. It can be data effectivity, it can be parameter effectivity, it can be departments effectivity. So ideally, what a change master does is it gives the validities of from when to when it is valid. So validities are captured in the change master. And in addition to it, you can define parameters like this change master that I'm creating for a department of packaging, it is valid from this to this. Instead, for the department of design, it is valid from this to this. So you can define these parameters effectively in the change master. So that's what it is. That's what it is telling here. If you see, you can have a precise date of when this changes takes place or a specific effectivity parameter values. So this change takes place for the packaging department from this to this, but instead for the design department from this to this, right? Let me show you in SAP what exactly a change master is, right? So change master is in creation of specifications, in creation of materials, in creation of documents, in creation of recipes. So it can be used in any of this. It's an object that gives you validities, and it's an object that could be handled from an authorization group perspective. Now let's say the main use of this is like this. if you have a promotion that you wanted to have for Christmas, you would have a validity from and to, and here it's only from, but you can generally have it from and to. So when you have it from and to, you have the promotion, and after that date, this change number becomes inactive. What is the consequence of becoming the change number becoming inactive is all the objects that are created using this change number, may it be specification, may it be material, may it be recipe, may it be a BOM or a document, all of them becomes inactive. So they can no more be used. So the promotion is done. Right, and at the end, and again, now promotion is done, and from the management they decide that we extend the promotion for one more month. And when they have to extend the promotion for just one more month, it's impossible to create all these objects again for the 1 month, right? So ideally what they do, they come here to the change master and they change the validity date to a new date. Let's say it is inactive, and then they make it active, and then the dates, they shift it, they shift the date to, I'll stick today maybe. Yeah, so shift the date so it becomes valid again. So all the objects linked to it are valid. Change number itself is a very tricky concept, but yeah, just chain master, right? So these chain masters have two types of usage. One is without parameter effectivities, and two is with parameter effectivities. So parameter effectivity is used when you wanted to use the same change number across the different departments. I don't think here they use parameter effectivity. It is used without parameter effectivity. And there you can also have alternative dates. The alternative dates comes with what kind of object you assign with. So now in any process, let's say the specification is valid for a longer time than the BOM, right? So I add an object called BOM, and for the BOM, I have an alternative date from uh, September 1st till end of October. But whereas for specification, I add an object of specification, and then I say it starts at September 1st, but it is valid until end of December. So you can have these alternative dates for the change number. No, the objects that need to be assigned with the change number is the objects that are created using this change number. You cannot just assign how we saw it in the classification under the documents. We cannot just link it in the object links. No, the business item, the business object should be created using a change number. It's a little tricky sometimes. So not every company uses change number, because change number also helps you to keep a track of different revisions that you do and different versions that you create, not with
Yes.
along with the validities. So depends on company strategy to strategy of how do they use change numbers. You can select all if you want to select all, or you can select the ones the only that you need. Until and unless you use this change number to create any of the business objects, you will not be able to see those and in the linked or in the affected objects. And the main reason why we have selected the object types here is if you don't select these, you cannot use this change number for creation or usage of these objects. So that's the reason why we should select what kind of objects are allowed. So this is, so no matter what engineering change you take, what engineering change object of SAP you take, is it ECR, ECO, ER, engineering record, or change records, everything would have a change master behind it. The concept of change master is there for everything of this. So change master is the one that is steering the validities, that is steering how the attributes are shown or not shown. So this is how the backend is a change master. Either it could be a leak change number, it could be an alternative change number, but there is a change number in the background. Is that clear? Release key. And I say validity is from tomorrow. Change number status is 1. And this is where with release key, you have to give a release key. So here we don't have any approvals planned, but what happens with the release key is you would have a workflow that need to be configured so that now there is a new change coming in, right, on the change master. I want, as a assortment owner, I wanted to have the flexibility, or I wanted to have the ownership to decide when it goes through. So before having that, I want this change to be released by different departments. So that's where I would configure these release keys, and then I would have people like this. This is a very SAP coded one, but ideally we would have people where you would say, okay, at the end of the global release, that is when I make this change valid. So you need to have that release key configured. But that's the major difference that it comes for the release key. And with the release key, you cannot have master data objects. Like you see, you cannot take in documents. You cannot choose to have materials with the release key. You can have characteristics, classifications. You can have bill of materials and routings. So the amount of objects are limited when you take with release key, right? So what with release key is being used very less now because of less flexibility. And with release key is a little complicated topic, to be honest. So what SAP does is all this workflow and all the transition are maintained from a front-end object like engineering record or change record. So these are the phase of the engineering changes. And at the back end, the change master is created without a release key. So ideally, if you wanted to have an approvals and if you wanted to have a hold on when this change should go, you would ideally deal it with the engineering record or change record, and you steer the changes there with approvals. And in the back end, it triggers the validity of the change master. Having a certain level of approvals throughout the process, like certain departments giving their okay, now it is okay and okay and okay. At the end, assortment owner or someone would have the key to approve it, right? But with the release key, you need to configure a gauss objects, and you need to configure the workflow task in itself. And those workflow tasks and those workflows should be assigned to the release keys that we have seen here. So those should be assigned to the release keys that we see here, so that you would have a sequence of release keys. And the second drawback is you cannot assign all the object types. So based on the selection of what it is, you would have the workflows configured. And these workflows are configured in an ABAP workflow bench. I don't remember the transaction, but these should be configured. But yeah, whatever. It should be configured as a workflow task or workflow. Yeah, I remember. I think. Let's see. This is still processing, but it should be configured here somewhere in the workflow administrators, so that you would have a sequence with the release key. Not only the release key is just an objects here, right? But release for costing, see release for plan, release. So these departments should have a persons involved in the backend, right? Once everyone ticks in, then only the global release happens. Exactly. That something would update here. So for that, to get this tick boxes here, for that, now if I select this, it says no object assigned, no change exists for the current change number, because there is nothing assigned, no one is assigned physically. So each of these departments that you see here, release for costing, release for planning, release for product, all this need to be assigned in the backend through workflow to certain users. When we wanted to customize this, right, this cannot be done because it's is what it is. Release for stimulations, costing, planning, and production. These are the only fields that SAP have configured. But if you wanted to see which department, if you just copy the first one, the one that is there, you will not be able to modify anything. Even though you untick this, you don't able to modify anything. But here is the trick here. It's a SAP small bug maybe. You untick off everything that you create. And now if you try to copy, then you would be able to customize on which department you wanted to have this. Now then you can have a release key 3, which says costing release. And you can have only for costing, and that's how you do it. And then you could customize where you wanted to have the release. Does it make sense?
Yes, Rohan.
But that's how SAP have designed it. When you have global release, all others gets grayed out, but you cannot copy it from the global release. You have to copy one more and then have to untick it, and then you have to do it. Because the main reason why we just copy from an existing standard one is sometimes we have seen this so many times, not only sometimes. If you just create new entries, some of the backend tables are not copied. You miss some of the backend tables, and you would get a production issue, and you would be in a jeopardy of why it is coming. You couldn't even figure out until you go in, debug it, and then you see, okay, this table linking is missing. So we always suggest any SPROs that you do, you copy from an existing one, copy from the standard one. That's a golden thumb rule in any of the SAP configurations. Not only PLM, but any. It's the golden rule. We were talking about engineering change with or without history is simple, right? Every changes we wanted to have it with history, but if you want some changes without history, like what is done actually, then you can have it without history as well. It just saves the change log in the backend tables, but generally we do it with history because all these changes we have to capture it. We want to capture it. Yeah, changes without history. These are the changes that occur during development phase of a product that are not documented. I mean, now it's high needing that they document these changes as well. Earlier, it's okay, you don't need to document the development phase. Now these development phase changes are also documented because it can be used for prototyping, it can be used for iterations. So those are also documented, but generally the development changes are sometimes they are not documented very well, let's say. It's self-explanatory in a way, changes with history. Yeah, so engineering record, we take it directly on the Fury. It's the same UI with the engineering record, but engineering record is not a Fury app. That's why we say engineering record on the web UI. Engineering record is a UEFI app. It has been designed for PLM web UI, and it is then adopted into Furies. But yeah, it's not a Fury app. So that's why we call engineering record on PLM web UI. Okay. You see able to see my screen, aren't you? With the SAP Fury.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so this is how ideally a typical engineering record looks like, right? So this is the header data where you would have a description, where you would have reason for change, or why you are doing this. Is it a cost reduction, technical error, so on and so forth. Is it a cost reduction? And what is the target running date? When are you planning this change to be in place? 24th of Friday, 24th of November. And if you have any customer for this, and yeah, you maintain all these details here. And as well, you could see there are only two request to statuses here, but you could customize this more. We see those later. But this is how a header of an engineering record looks like, where you could enter some of the details that you already know and populate it. And then this is the key section of it, the one in the item details. So the items can have different objects in the logistics for DCM. You can have more as well than what is here. You have to do the customization and the screens. You need to know the screen, what is needed for this, and you can do the customization. We'll see the customizations as well. But you can add a specification, you can add a recipe, you can add a product item variant, you can add a material, you can add a label, you can add a document, all these items. So when an engineering record is sent out, so each department having their objects, like packaging department, like specification material department, and the recipes and the labels, they add their individual items here. So that's where you tend to see all the objects that are linked in the engineering record. Have any one of you worked with engineering records before? Yeah. So the objects here and the notes is where you maintain engineering record brief, let's say. You would have some key fields if you want to have a concluding remark or an internal note. You can add notes like you can add it and the notes will be visible here. And if you have any project briefs or any DMS document that is already there, you can add it here or upload it as well. If you have from an XML, a list of all the documents. And here comes the main and critical thing, a process route. So process routes can either be a template process routes that you could directly download it, having a templates created, or you can add it one by one manually too, where you can have a sequential one or a parallel one with the SAP user or the team. Chew, and then I give an activity to being processed. Okay. And add a parallel task for this, and a parallel task with the SAP user. The activity for this is send. Okay. So I can do this like this, right? You've been using process routes as well in engineering records. Here in this, the ZPLM2 and ZPLM3, both of them get a notification. Okay, and here if ZPLM2 opens and executes it, it will be executed, but it doesn't take away the work item from ZPLM3. No, it doesn't happen. He would still have it. He or she would still have it until and unless they execute it. But what you are saying is, if you have 5 people set up, right? 5 people set up, and then you would ideally use an organization unit. So it wouldn't be a single user. It would be an organization unit or a position or a team function. So you will have a team defined or an organization unit defined. Let's see if we have any. Yeah, let's say like design engineers. You have a team of function of design engineers, right? And then there for records, and then I click on OK. And this team of design engineers, template cannot finish. Okay, this team of design engineers would be assigned to few people. Let's say 5 people are assigned to this team of design engineers. So when the task would be sent to all the 5, then if all the 5 emails or all the 5 inboxes. Now, if any one of these 5 picks up the tasks and executes it, it is disappeared from the rest 4. The rest 4 wouldn't have a work item in them. Only the one who executes it first would have a work item. Did you get the difference here? Between the parallel and having an organization unit. And ideally, those cases, when you have these cases like this, you can, from system way, you can forward it to anyone else, or you can execute it on their behalf, or you can complete it as well when system issues are like this.
Hey there, want to become a master at managing supplies? Our SAP PLM course for process industries is here to guide you. You can go through it at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into the SAP PLM course for process industries. Think of it as a toolkit for planning things, ensuring we have enough products and getting them where they need to be. Covering everything from the basics to advanced techniques, our course is crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are pros with years of experience in the field. They're dedicated to helping you learn and are ready to tackle any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students rave about how helpful the course is. Just like you, folks have found our course incredibly beneficial. And the best part? It's budget friendly. This fantastic learning opportunity won't break the bank. Ready to level up as a SAP PLM course for process industry experts? Enroll now on our page. And for more details, head over to ZaranTech's website.